I 100%ed The Witcher 3 on the hardest difficulty. Game of the year in 2015 and the best game I've ever laid my eyes on. Countless deaths, emotional baggage, stunning scenery, and Gwent. And with The Witcher 4 on the rise, why not 100% the GOAT of gaming on its hardest difficulty? We start the game in Kaer Morhen, a Witcher school, where we have the tutorial introducing Geralt of Rivia, the main character. We learn key gaming mechanics like the Witcher sense, and just how horny Geralt is.
I don't want to be reasonable.
This game is fucking beautiful. We are introduced to characters like Ciri, Geralt's adopted daughter, and two other Witchers, Eskel and Lambert, and finally Vesemir, the GOAT who raised all the Witchers. And even though Geralt's like 100 years old, we still get taught how to fight. The game has basic combat, from light and heavy attacks to dodging and rolling, and signs, which act as magic spells. And everything seems fine and dandy. Then the game suddenly reveals the main antagonist, Eredin, the leader of the Wild Hunt. And it was all a dream. Good job everyone, that's the end of the video.
There's more.
Wait, there's more? This is where the real game starts. Geralt and Vesemir are tracking down Yennefer, and if you don't know anything about the Witcher series, go learn it. We fight some ghouls using our first sign Igni, a fire spell, then look for clues in the local inn, and get caught a freak instantly. But then, when all hope is lost, we stumble upon the main reason this game is one of the greatest of all time. Gwent. Simple card game, more addictive than gambling itself. He gives us our first secondary quest, collect them all. And you best believe I will. The last townsfolk we speak to is a curious one. He knows who we are and who we are looking for, and only tells us his name, Gaunter Odin. And without any further explanation, literally vanishes in thin air. I wonder if this has a big role in the future. Anyway, we have more important things that need to be done. We need to start building our glorious Gwent collection. Buying the cards Foltest, Dragon Hunter, Blue Commando, Catapult, and the Decoy cards. And for those curious, Gwent is broken down into 4 factions, each having their own unique cards that I must collect to 100% the game. Oh, for God's sake, what now? They're seriously trying to start a fight with Geralt. He's literally a medieval Batman blasting gear. We use our second sign, Axi, a mind control spell that works on weak-minded people. Basically, the hand wave from Star Wars. We still get into a brawl, but Roach has our back. And then loot the local news board, getting our very first Witcher contract, Devil by the Well. The man claims the well has been tainted, leading to his daughter getting ill, and wants us to solve it, so I haggle him for money, then rob him blind as well. We arrive at the well and jump straight in, collecting an ornate bracelet, using it to summon the Wraith, who has been plaguing the water. Or should I say, Throat Goat, using our third sign Yarden, a slowing spell, making it easy to defeat the Throat Goat, thus completing our very first Witcher contract, not forgetting to collect what I was owed from the man. Also unlocking our first skill tree level. The skill tree in this game is broken into combat, signs, alchemy, and general. And then shortly after run into our very first random encounter. A man claiming his friends have been killed and devoured by a monster, and of course we investigate because I am a Witcher after all. However, at first sight it looks normal, but we see that his friends have been killed by a crossbolt and not by a monster. So, we chase the man, and he reveals that he's actually a soldier stealing the supplies from an enemy. So I let him go. Listen, I'm not getting involved in politics, they are scary. However, on the way we do find our very first undiscovered location. These are things like guarded treasure and bandit camps, smuggler caches, monster nests and abandoned sites, and places of power, which help us level up. There are other random encounters, however there's hundreds of them around the map. Just wait till I get to the Skellige ones. I lost every will to live. So, you're probably wondering how I plan on 100% in the game. I obviously want to platinum the game and the DLCs, and that's where most people will stop for a 100% playthrough, but not me. I want to discover all 1,250 undiscovered locations, collecting all alchemy and crafting recipes, and of course I want to complete every side mission, every Witcher contract and treasure hunt in the game. So let's get back to the video. We go into the local Nilfgaardian camp to ask if they know anything about Yennefer. He tells us he does know where Yennefer is, however will only tell us if we kill the griffin that's been killing all his men. We clear some undiscovered locations along the way to the herbalist, who will help us find buckthorn, a herb that will lead out the griffin, and craft our very first potion in the game, Swallow, and white honey. We also unlock mutagens that can help boost the perks we choose. And of course, since this is deathmatch difficulty, we don't regenerate any health whatsoever. So I use our last skill point to get the gourmet perk, and single-handedly probably helped me through the entire game. On our way to collect the buckthorn, we run into an old lady who seems weirdly obsessed with a pan. I guess you could call her a pansexual. Even though this isn't a Witcher contract, we take it anyway, because at least we can earn some gold from it. We use our third sign Ard and find the man who took the pan. And of course the pan. Easily enough, we return the pan to the old woman. At least she can give us some gold after this. We collect the buckthorn that will lure out the griffin and also complete our first treasure hunt, which also leads us to another mission, getting our first crafting recipe. We return to Vesemir with the good news that we have a contract on the griffin and a lead on Yennefer. He helps us prepare by making us the Thunderbolt, a potion that increases our damage, and we set up a trap to lure out the beast, where Vesemir gives us and the griffin arrives. Time for our first boss fight. I'm just going to try and land as many hits as I can. Where you going, bitch? Where you going? Bro, come on, let me use my crossbow. Get wrecked. Alright, let me lock in. Well, that was short-lived. Oh my god, how am I not dead? How am I not dead? Okay, I gotta regen. That literally did no damage. By the way, only 0.1% of you are subscribed, so if you're liking the video, please hit the button. He's a third down. I've still taken 0 damage. That's good. Wait, what? Where's he going?
Don't let it get away!
Yeah, I got you now, motherfucker. Is he dead? He's dead! We collect the griffin's head as proof and return to the captain for the information on Yennefer. Turns out, she wasn't far at all. We get the option to refuse the pay, but why would I do that? Of course I'm going to take it. We craft our first oil and de-stress by clearing the map, and return to Vesemir to tell him the news. We get into a slight altercation, where we get stopped by local troops who are led by none other, Yennefer. We say our goodbyes to Vesemir and ride to Vizima because the king apparently wants to speak to us, and it doesn't go smoothly at all. We get attacked by the wild hunt and barely make it to Vizima alive. We get taught how to greet the king properly, but of course we just ignore him because who the fuck likes him here? He tells us that Ciri, Geralt's adopted daughter and his real daughter, has been spotted. Bearing in mind she's been missing for years. Yeah, it's all sort of kind of weird. But since she is Geralt's adopted daughter, we have to find her regardless. We get more information from Yennefer, telling us that the spy spotted her in Velen. And Velen's comparable to Birmingham. She offers to teleport us there, but of course this is The Witcher, and those who know, Geralt hates Poland. However, even though all this is very important, there's one thing that caught my eye. Our very first challenger. So I wagered the gold and lost. So I just wagered more gold, he beat me again. So I wagered what I had left. Damn. so I had to sell some stuff and return.
What's wrong with you, bro? What the heck? You tripping, bro? You tripping?
I won on my first time flawlessly. I'm just that good at the game. Collecting another fall test card. And just for reference, we fully cleared White Orchard, meaning we have completed 19 missions, collected 6 Gwent cards, 40 undiscovered locations, 12 alchemy recipes, and 4 crafting recipes. When we arrive in Velen, we go to the local pub to ask for Hendrik, who was Amir's spy. Then 2 curious guards ask us why we have 2 swords, and one of them makes quite a good guess.
He keeps an extra prick in his trousers.
And then the innkeeper tells us exactly where Hendrik is hiding. However, he can wait. We clear a few undiscovered locations and start our Gwent rampage, getting cards like the Elven Skirmisher and Havokar Healer. Oh shit, maybe he couldn't wait. Turns out, the Wild Hunt got there before us. However, we do find a hidden basement where Hendrik writes about a baron and a local witch. So out of the 2, we go to find the local witch, who turns out to be none other than Kira Metz. However, here's the thing. My game crashed, so sadly, you don't get to see Kira's Metz. I know, boo me. However, she does know of another mage who might be able to help us. So we make our way to the mage's hideout, where none other than the Navigator, one of the leaders of the Wild Hunt, is already searching. We make our way through the hideout, finding a hologram, or whatever she calls it.
Photic projection.
Yeah, I had the same reaction, Geralt. And then we have to fight ourselves. Funny thing is, this isn't even the first time this happens. Cue the music. Bro, I'm almost dead already. What the hell is that sign? Oh, he hardly has any health. This will be easy. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Oh, you have to be kidding me. They actually do quite a bit of damage. Wait, have I stun locked him? Well, this is easy. The Navigator finally realises we've been following him and opens a rift to the White Frost. We slowly close them one by one and then come across our second boss fight in the game, Nifril, one of the Wild Hunt commanders. I think I got this first try. Brother, what? What the heck? He's regened all his health. Bro, not this shit again. Bro, this auto lock. Shit. I think I've still got it. His attacks aren't too hard. Yeah, this won't be hard. Right, I've just got to stay locked in. Second round. Right, he's almost done. He's almost done. How is he still alive?
we find another morphotic projection where the mysterious mage tells us to be aware of the witches in Crookback Bog. We also gain the Eye of Nihilani that dispels any illusions like hidden doors, as well as gaining a magic lamp, and then our lead from Hendrik with the witches of Crookback Bog. However, I'm curious about the magic lamp, so we return to Kira, where she's talking to a ghost, who tells us about a curse on Fyke Isle. Kira asks us to lift the curse, so we make our way there and use the lamp to see ghosts relive in the past, telling a story of a lord who lived there in a tower with his daughter. However, there's one ghost who is different from the rest. We follow her to the attic and realise that she's the main root of the curse, and it can be lifted if we just return her bones to her beloved. Sounds easy enough. So we give him the bones and job's a good one. Quite easy, curse lifted, happy ending. Oh shit. No. I mean, technically the curse is still lifted. We tell Kira it's lifted anyway, and she gives us another side quest. Oh, for God's sake. We collect her belongings and take it back to her, and she casts an illusion spell to make us dressed up for the evening. And then we race to a dining table, where Geralt lays down some smooth game.
Alright, let's get down to business.
What are you talking about?
Sex. That's why we're here, isn't it?
Listen, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
Because boars are much better in bed.
Should call him Geralt of Rivia. Then she casts a sleeping spell on us? The bitch! We know something is up, so we return to Fyke Isle with haste, where we find Kira with the notes. It turns out a mage lived in the tower all along, and these notes can cure a plague, which is a good thing, I guess. However, she plans to sell the notes to the Mad King Radovid. We manage to convince her that it's suicide and tell her to go to Karamorn instead.
Got another option.
Now, Hendrik also mentioned a Baron as one of the leads. We speak to his guards who fold pretty quickly and meet the Baron, who actually gives us some information on Ciri, where we play as her for the first time. It goes like this. Ciri fights some wolves, saves a kid, Ciri fights the king of wolves, and then gets brought to the Baron because a man mistakes her as his daughter. And then that's the end of the flashback, because he too is missing a child and a wife, and will only tell us where Ciri is if we find where his family is. So we investigate, finding signs of a fight and an altar to the Eternal Flame, and that's all we have to go off. So we decide to look around the area, and we encounter this guy, who wants to duel 100 men and win for a maiden, and funnily enough, we are his first opponent. We beat him, and he gets the audacity to say,
But the next time we meet...
Then we collect a few Gwent cards and clear a few locations, and find 2 men who are making an offering to some god. But the god rejected the gifts and caused a plague in the village. We decide to help, because I'm just curious, and go and speak to this god.
The poor wretch in need. Pretty please.
How dare you disturb my divine rest, mortal?
I dare disturb it because I want your divine self to lift the, curse you cast. Those peasants really don't have.
They must bring worthy offerings or they shall face drought, driving hail, earthquakes, avalanches. I have spoken.
Avalanches? Here? How would that work? No answer from the All-God.
Pretty believable if you ask me. We look around anyway, finding a hidden staircase, and finally meet this so-called god face to face.
Who dares disturb my divine?
What the hell is that? We call him fat, and then tell him to be grateful for the offerings, otherwise we'll kill him. And then tell the villagers they should probably look under the crypt. Then we enter a horse race, winning against everyone, and enter bare knuckle boxing, winning every single one in Velen. And then get challenged by the reigning champion of Velen. I'm doing this first time. What the fuck did I just do? I'm now the crowned champion of Velen.
And then we come across an old woman who says she is homeless. She claims monsters have overrun her estate and says that she has family heirlooms that are worth hundreds, and we can take them as payment if we clear the monsters. We go to the estate, but we don't find any monsters, we just find booby traps, and find Lefo, a witcher from another school. They have a complicated past, but if you're interested, go search it. He says he's being hunted by bounty hunters, or as he calls them,
ordinary sons of bitches.
We help fight them off, and then we set off to find the man who betrayed him. God, his voice is so cool.
Stupidity can cost you, but betrayal costs even more.
We find the traitor and, well... However, there's another name that's on his list. We go and find him and he tells us to wait outside and do not interfere. He's a big man, I think he's got it. Oh. We avenge Lefo because he's cool as fuck. Turns out he poisoned himself to sneak into the enemy base. We tell him he can hide out in Kaer Morhen for a while, and then finally we go back to being a witcher, killing the Shrieker, Gravehag, and Jenny of the Woods. And finally go to see the Pella who can help us find the Banner's missing family, since we came to a dead end. He tells us he can only help us if we retrieve Princess? Oh, it's a goat. And may I just add how difficult this mission is. The goat is not responsive at all. And then we got attacked by a bear.
You're no roach, but I bet we could be friends in time. You've got that all-important quality every roach has to have. You don't talk much.
The Pella uses the goat milk for his ritual.
Blood! I see blood! Whose? No one. No Tamara. Just the child.
And this is where the game gets pretty dark, so this is a warning. Turns out Anna had a miscarriage because the Baron would beat her up. So we have to find the dead child and bring it back to life to create a spirit that will lead us to the family. Yeah, what the fuck? We make our way back to the Baron, who's drunk and set fire to his fort, and we have to stop him. This is where Geralt goes ham. We confront him about killing his own child, and he tells us that it was an accident, but he was drunk when it happened. We find where he buried the botchling, which he turned into some monster, and perform a ritual turning it into a lubberkin.
I don't understand. I don't know what's going on here. He's lost the plot. He's completely lost the plot.
Which leads us to a strange house where we find a family who say they don't know anything, however the kid outs them. They tell us Tamara, the Baron's daughter, is in Oxenfurt with his family. But Anna, his wife, she never made it to the house. The man proclaims Anna was taken by some beast, where he spotted this weird symbol get branded into her hand as a fiery mark. So we say goodbye to the family and craft some decoctions and head back to the Baron to tell him the news. Where the Pella gives us a side quest because he needs help with another ritual. We tell the Baron about his daughter and he gives us more information on Ciri, which doesn't really help us at all because they just have a horse race and then get attacked, and then he ends the story there. He tells us we only get half the story because we've only found half of his family. So we make our way to Oxenfurt, where we will find Tamara, who's been brainwashed by the Church of Eternal Flame.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't.
And refuses to return to her father, which I don't blame her. Right, that's enough family matters for me. So I did the only thing I knew, Gwent. Winning the Yennefer card and the Men of Cohorn. And coincidentally enough, we actually stumble upon this so-called Church of Eternal Flame, and you'll see quite quick why they are so loved.
You are a mutant, a freak, a useless relic of a bygone age that should be burned like a withered branch.
I hate being seen as a bad guy!
After that sidetrack, we finally return to the Baron and tell him that his daughter doesn't want to return to him, and instead we'll try and find his wife.
Will you stand there like a knob? Find her!
Never mind then. I'm not dealing with that. I think it's time we start to continue our other lead with the Witches of Crookback Bog, following a trail of literal ears, which weirdly also made me feel like I was actually being listened to, and find kids in the middle of the bog. We asked the kids if they've seen Ciri, and they say they haven't even seen a woman.
What am I? You're no lassie. Lassie's got tech.
Then this old woman appears called Gran and tells us that we have to leave right now. One of the kids mentions Johnny, but we don't know who that is, and that they'll only tell us if we play hide and seek. So we find them one by one, and they tell us that Johnny is hidden in the swamp. We find him, but he can't speak. God, nothing ever goes smoothly around here. We retrieve his voice from the seal, where he goes crazy.
Ski! Slither!
and he tells us that he does actually know about Ciri, and that he will convince Gran to tell us everything we need to know. We see a tapestry of the witches of Crookback Bog. Well, I wouldn't mind meeting them one day. She contacts them through the tapestry.
How dare you disturb our rest, woman?
God, I hope that voice doesn't match the face. And then we notice the tapestry is actually made of real hair, and they all sort of kind of go a bit freaky.
It's got a sensitive touch. Touch me more, touch me more.
Brother, what the hell? We ask them about Ciri, and they say they'll make a deal with us. Kill a dark power that lurks in the woods, and they'll tell us everything we need to know. They give us a dagger and tell us to present it to the local alderman, so he knows that we are working with him. We give the man the knife, and he tells us where the entity is located. We find the tree that's been killing people, and it speaks.
I know whence you come.
We make our way under the tree and find this thing. It tells us the witches actually imprisoned her because they could not kill her. She tells us the witches plan on eating the children, and that she'll save them only if we set her free. So now we have a choice. Kill this unknown thing and finally get information on Ciri, and then the children might die. Or save this unknown thing that could be even worse than the witches, but the children survive.
Man, fuck them kids, bro.
However, the witches kind of freaked me out a bit more, so we decided to save the thing. We collect its bones, bring it a horse, and finally, we kill it. So technically I did do my job. The horse gets possessed by it, the spirit promises to free the children, which is good, I guess. We come across the alderman on the way out, who says he needs to complete his end of the bargain. What? Apparently they pay for the witches' protection with their ears. Doesn't that mean all the ears we saw before? What? Anyway, we return to the bog and give them their reward, and finally meet the witches in person. And I have to say, man, there's nothing ever creeped me out in a game other than these motherfuckers. And even how they speak.
Sheathe your weapon, young man! You even love me in real life.
I honestly think this might be a generational catfish. This is when we also realise that Gran is the Baron's wife, from the fiery mark branded into her hand. They get annoyed at Gran, saying that she'll be punished for letting the children escape. Yeah, that's kinda my fault. We do defend Gran, but they do say she knows what she signed up for. But they said they'll still keep their end of the bargain. So they found her blacked out in the swamp after running away from the wild hunt. And they actually did care for her. Damn, maybe I made the wrong decision.
Elder blood.
Never mind, they wanted to eat her and drink her blood. Luckily for Ciri, she overheard them talking and managed to escape in time and hide from the wild hunt, where it ties into the start of the Baron's flashback. Now obviously, Geralt isn't too pleased since they tried to kill Ciri, and they show no remorse and just leave.
And if you find her, the girl will die. Seeing you, handsome knight.
I think I need a minute. What the hell's just happened? We do some side quests because I'm done dealing with them for a while. Spend a few skill points and meet back up with a pillar to help defend him whilst he performs a ritual. And also do a few witcher contracts, like the Woodland Beast, which turns out to be rebel elves, and the Swamp Thing, that I died to too many times trying to beat, so it deserves its own montage. I've memorised all his attacks. I've honestly lost him like 20 times. He's almost dead and he hasn't even hit me yet. Fuck. I know it doesn't look like it, but I'm literally one shot. Bro, how's he still alive? Finally!
Oh my god!
That was hectic, so here's a calm montage of me clearing the map. We return to the Bloody Baron to tell him the news on Anna's whereabouts. We tell him that the crones have her in the bog, where he goes mad at us because we didn't save her. He believes we didn't save her because we think the Baron is a bad guy. So we ask for the full story, the real one, where he reveals that him and Anna were love at first sight. However, due to constant wars, she'd stay looking after Tamara whilst he was out fighting, only to reveal that Anna was cheating on him the entire time with his best friend Evan. And as he puts it,
felt like I'd been rammed in the arse by a horse.
He said when he arrived back, he slaughtered the man and fed him to the dogs. And that's how he got his name, the Bloody Baron. This is when Anna would regularly try to kill him for taking her true love away from her. And to his credit, he claims he would often shower her with gifts in hopes to bring her back. We tell him that they're both as bad as each other, and he actually is grateful for this. But this is when we reveal that the Bloody Baron's child that he killed, yeah, the botchling we did the ritual on, wasn't actually killed by the Baron attacking her, but instead Anna made a deal with the crones to get rid of the Baron's child, leading to her becoming the servant of the crones. We tell him that it's suicide to even try and save her, because the crones are more powerful than people realise. Despite this, he goes on a heroic act to gather his men and try and save her regardless, because he owes her that much. And although this is a serious conversation, my eyes were on one thing. He gives us the final flashback on Ciri, where they are fighting the Basilisk, where the Baron gets taken and almost dies. And this is when Ciri realises that she must use the power to save him. However, this would result in the Wildman being able to track her down. So, she leaves and tells the Baron that she's going to ride to Novigrad. So Novigrad it is. The Baron says before we leave that he's storming the swamp no matter what, but he really needs our help. So I accept, because I kind of feel bad for him. This is when suddenly, this thing appears. We ask him what the hell that was, and the Baron says he won him in a game of cards. We notice that it made Geralt's medallion vibrate. Not the only time his medallion vibrated, meaning it's a magical beast. The Baron admits that he doesn't believe the man is a monster, but just a really ugly human. And he only says the word Uma, which literally means the ugliest man alive. We meet the Baron and his men at the village, with the Alderman, where he says the Church of the Eternal Fire already rushed in. Oh, for God's sake, not these guys again. We fight waves upon waves of drowners in the swamp, where we find Anna turned into a water hag. A cruel punishment by the crones for letting the children escape. That's kind of my fault. We have to break the spell by guessing which voodoo doll is the curse. We guess right, luckily, where Anna is transformed back into human form. However, the curse being broken led to her dying anyway. We return to the Baron to check up on him, where he is, yeah. RIP the Baron. I apologise for saving the kids. Anyway, more serious matters, we have to start clearing Velen and all the undiscovered locations, where we stumble upon one of the best side quests in the game, where we find a Scholar of the Eternal Fire. Oh, for God's sake, not these guys again. He tells us that bandits have taken over the abandoned site, which was used to harbour people diseased by a plague. However, not any plague, one actually caused by a deadly spirit, and if they were to open the mine, the plague would be able to spread throughout the land. So, obviously we're haggling for money and clear the site, and enter the very eerie cave, where we hear a strange voice.
Help me.
Sounds sincere enough.
Are you sure about that?
The voice says to follow to the right, but we find a symbol of the Witcher school that Geralt is from on the left side. We follow the Witcher sign regardless, where we find one of the plagued victims.
Who are you?
What the fuck? We find cages and bones scattered everywhere along the trail, and run into more of the plague. We find a letter telling the story of a witcher and a priest of the eternal fire. However, the priest had planned to betray the witcher as he knew the spectre needed a host. In the witcher's time spent here, he made a potion that could beat the spectre, however, lacked the ingredients to make it. The note specifically said drink the potion before coming near him, so the spectre cannot take control of us. Where Reynold, the witcher who has been writing all these notes, is trapped in a salt of stalagmites. We free him using the sign Ard, and he acts a bit strange, insisting we give him the potion to rid the red miasma from within him. I'm a bit suspicious, but we test him. Lying about the notes, which he fails.
Along when I see him. Though your friend, believe Osmond was his name.
You dare mock me?
Obviously, we don't give him the potion and start a very cool boss fight. And of course, because as you've probably realised, I'm a pro gamer. If you use Yarden combined with Ard, it will actually weaken the miasma, dealing a huge amount of damage, and giving us a secret cutscene. Okay, I got this. It can't be too hard, surely.
Now to deal with the miasma.
Oh, what the fuck is that attack? Okay, let me just use one of my... Oh my god, he is a tank. He's literally taking no damage. Seems like he's quite weak in the Yarden circle though. Did he just bitch slap me?
Yeah? Yeah?
Okay. Oof, that was close. Surely this won't be too hard. His health is coming down, and he gets quite easily stunned. Oh, he actually does a bit of damage though. Jesus Christ, right, that attack is actually mad. Oh, dodged. He summoned minions? Oh shit. Oh, it's those creepy guys. Alright. Let me just deal with him. Get him done quick. Oh, they're annoying. Oh shit. Ooh, okay. Alright. This is actually harder than I thought it'd be. Oh my god, even his minions are tanks, what the hell? I'm either massively underleveled or these guys are hardcore. Oh shit, okay, I'm almost dead, alright. Let me just lock in, I've got to lock in. I know I have something somewhere that can help. My toxicity is that high that I can't even use any potions, so let me try and find it. Okay, oh there it is. White honey, alright. That lowers my toxicity, so I can start using potions again. Okay, let me just start healing. I've got to play really defensive for this guy, damn. Okay, if I take out the minions it should be a bit easier. Oh shit, okay. Bro, that attack's actually mad. Okay, he's almost finished, oh shit. Okay, my health's coming back, the minions are almost dead. Just get in the Yarden circle, come on.
That's bloody nice.
Let's get inside it.
That is really... That is bloody lovely.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm actually gonna die. Can't die now, I've literally spent so long just trying to get his health down. Okay, he's almost gone. Right, that's one minion down. Where's the other one? Okay. If I just get rid of him, it should be easier to fight the red miasma one-on-one. Oh my god, these guys are so annoying. Okay, he's more than halfway now. Just gonna take out this other minion. Right. Oh shit, he actually does damage. Okay, he's almost gone. Oof. Okay, Jesus. I think we actually took down the other minion as well, which is good. Wait, what? He's just summoned more. Oh my god. We just spent forever trying to get rid of that. Just for him to summon more. Okay, 1/3 left. He's almost done. And these minions, man, they're so annoying. I'm just going to focus all my attacks on him. Minions can just be forgot about. Okay. All I've got to do is wait for him to teleport into my yard and circle, and then deal some damage. This is probably one of the longest fights I've had yet. These minions are actually making it harder for me. Wait, what? Oh, he's frozen. He's moving really slow. Okay, I'm just going to do as much damage as possible. Hopefully avoid anything and not die. Come this far. If I die now, I'll be fuming. Ooh, okay. I do not want to die. I've come this far. I'm going to use Quen just to make sure if I do take a hit, it won't kill me. Okay, just going to have to play defensive. I literally have no more healing potions as well. Oh no. Okay. Play defensive. Just avoid any damage from his minions. Just keep on staying away from him. Okay. I think I can do it. Why is this actually scary and tense? It's that attack. I can't see when it's coming. Okay. He's almost gone. He's almost done. Okay, he's almost dead. Wait. Oh no, he's doing that attack. Oh, thank God, he's finally dead. We realise Reynolds been dead for centuries, and the miasma prevented his body from decomposing. We speak to his ghost and tell him that he's been dead for 300 years, and it's actually just a coincidence that we saved him. Because he believed that Osmond, the priest, finally sent someone to save him. We let him talk to the Eternal Fire Scholar who gave us the job, and he tells him just how bad the religion really is. We cremate Reynolds and move on, clearing the rest of the map. And I just want to say, if you're enjoying the video, why not consider liking the video? It's one button for you and it can literally change my life. If you want to be a proper legend, why not subscribe? So then you know when I release my next 100% playthrough. Also, comment what games you think I should play next. I'm open to trying new games. And of course, only 0.1% of you watching this video are actually subscribed. So what the hell are you doing?
If you think I'm gonna fall for... Oh, you fucker!
After clearing most of Velen, we come across a strange symbol on the ground, which we find in a destroyed house. We manage to open a portal and it leads us to a maze of cheese. We make our way through the maze, fighting some foglets, and come across a magic barrier that we disable quite easily, giving us a sword called the Emmentaler. And to finally finish Velen, we finish off our Witcher contracts in the area, where we fight our first Leshen, which honestly is cool as fuck, and another Wraith who died on our wedding night. Then finally upgrade a few of our alchemy recipes, making our way to Novigrad, where Ciri was last seen. Where things don't seem to be going well. The Eternal Fire, yeah, those guys again, have taken over the city and are burning anyone alive who is associated with magic. Where we introduced one of the main bad guys behind the cult, Caleb Menga. However, his time will come in the end. Something else we're actually interested in. A Gwent tournament. I'm so excited. Wait, what? He just said my deck is ass. Guess I'll go back to being a Witcher then. We speak to a guard who tells us about a beast killing people in the night. We go to the crime scene and realise quite quickly it's a vampire. We follow its tracks where we find Lambert? Oh, he just seems to be running the wall. We defeat the lesser vampire and catch up with Lambert, where we decide to claim half the reward each. Where Lambert asks, we have no idea what's going on, but he's our boy, so we back him. Where he kills the nobleman, reveals that he was part of a gang that killed one of his best friends. So we hunt down another member, and she tells us where the rest of them are hiding. But not before... We decide to split up to hunt the members one by one. However, we still don't know where the leader is. However, the people I was supposed to hunt were in Skellige, and we've not been there yet. So we save that for another time. Because we are now in a new region, Novigrad, and since I was crowned champion of Velen, why not test myself against Novigrad's best, beating Mortimer, Gorgeous George, and Archibald O'Neill, where the champion finally calls us out, the Tailor. Can't be too hard with a name like that. Oh shit, he's actually quite fast. Not faster than me though. Yep, parry, easy. Oh, okay, whoa. Right, this guy's aggressive. There we go, alright. Oh, he just stunned me. Oh my god, he took half health. Okay. Just gotta be careful with this guy, man. I'm stuck. Okay, there we go. Take that knee. Easy. Oh, he's stuck. Okay, right, that stun's actually quite mad. Okay. What?
Take a good look in the mirror. You'll see your all-new face.
Oh no, I don't think I've lost this before. Right, let's go again. I'm gonna wager even more money this time. And wait. Oh.
I'm really sick of you!
Get out now!
Okay, first time lucky they say, right? Okay. It's that one attack that he does, which is just super fast, where he blinds me and then throws a jab. So I've just got to stay defensive, and I think I can do it. Okay. Parry, then punch. Oh, I just missed. Okay, I'm just going to keep doing that. Oh, okay, that's what I need to not do. I need to wait for him to attack me first. Parry, and then punch. There we go, right. I think that's how I win this. Parry, and punch. Okay, no, it's not too bad now. If I just keep doing this tactic, I should be okay. Okay, there we go, this seems to be working. Alright, I've got half health and he's almost done. Please don't fumble it now, don't fumble it now. Oh no, okay. I can't fumble this. Okay, parry, and hit. Okay, let me just stay away. Parry, there we go. Okay, right, he's like, one more hit. Come on, there we go. Now I'm the goat of Velen and Novigrad.
Put fear in the opponent's heart.
We do a few more side missions in Novigrad, like helping a painting troll, and even track down a thief who turned out to be a Doppler.
Always the same old shit.
Where he doppled into us.
Damn, I look old.
He folds pretty fast, and we tell him to leave before the Eternal Fire find him. We also kill a few Witcher contracts like the Howler, Sarasti, and Ferazane, giving us 2 trophies. And then decide to clear most of Novigrad because I really didn't want to do it later. However, we did also get interrogated within the city. Apparently during our time, we violated one of the Eternal Fire's laws. I wonder if it's because I used magic. They asked for our weapons and I thought it'd be funny to give them. And it was a trap. I did almost win, since I am crowned Novigrad and Velen champion. However, they had swords. Let's do this again, shall we? Oh, they reveal it was the priest we humiliated. Well, he paid these guys to kill us. What a wonderful religion. Anyway, we decide to follow up on any leads we might have in Novigrad. Starting with Triss. We go to a house to find it getting ransacked by some thugs. Apparently there's a rule here that witches' belongings are fair game. We ask where she might be hiding, and they actually mention something called the Putrid Grove, and say we are best to ask beggars because they know the secret location. This is when Menga shows up. He gives us a weird analogy that he could smell us like a bat, so obviously we correct him.
Got nothing to do with their sense of smell. It's about their hearing.
Well, man knows his bats. Here I thought you only cared about monsters.
He says some casual racism and tells us to leave. Anyway, I'm not really interested in him, so we follow up on the Putrid Grove, asking countless beggars, where one of us actually tells us the secret password in the alleyway. And obviously, we did a few illegal Gwent games. We find a man named the King of Beggars, who owns the Putrid Grove, as well as Triss. The King of Beggars tells us that he has a plan for the city, and plans to overthrow the Eternal Fire with his friends. We help Triss with a few errands, and ask her if she's seen Ciri, which she hasn't. We meet one of her suppliers. Damn, Triss, you a drug ring? He threw whatever it is she needed into the river, because he was going to get searched by the guards. Fine, I'll get it. Shit, the Popo.
Pain couldn't touch him. Tore off his fingernails, crushed his bollocks, nothing. Turned out, he was devilishly chicken. I placed a beam on his belly and set a mug atop it.
We hastily escape through his secret passage and retrieve the lost goods. She also asks us to accompany her to a job, who seems a bit fishy at first. Maybe it was me, because I jumped in the river. We asked for half the payment up front, because I didn't like the guy. I'm literally a witcher, why the hell did she need me to help her clear rat? We catch up with Triss anyway, where we get ambushed. Damn, I knew this guy was fishy. We make light work of him anyway, and threaten the man by saying pay us double.
Yeah, boy.
Because we helped Triss, she actually tells us about a woman named Karine, a dreamer who could help us find Ciri, where she's already doing work in a haunted house. Bro, what the fuck is that? I'm not scared, you're scared. She seems to be trapped within the dream. We search around the house where a lot of paranormal shit starts to happen, and find a drawing of a furnace, which we end up locating in the basement. Fuck me. You fucking bitch. Turns out it's just a godling living rent-free in this abandoned house. We warn her, saying that she's lucky that we actually know they're harmless. We actually need her to let the dreamer wake up. We promise to tell the man who owns the house that it's haunted and we can't lift it if the godling helped Kareen wake up. We speak to the dreamer who helps us dream about Ciri's whereabouts, where we have a very strange dream that includes Dandelion, one of Geralt's old friends, and a swallow symbolising Ciri. So to find Dandelion, we meet up with all his exes to try and find out where he might be. Wait, is that a man? You know what, it's 2025, let me sit my ass down. Either way, equal rights, equal fights, in Gwent, obviously. They all lose the same. We meet up with a few other of his exes, like a handmaiden and a pair of twins that Dandelion actually never realised were different people. Where both of them start arguing over him, so being the smart man I am, I actually decided to change the topic.
Bet sophisticated young ladies like you know a bunch about politics.
And finally, a teacher, which all leads to dead ends. However, they all mention Dandelion having a sister, which he doesn't, meaning this mystery girl is the key to finding him. In the meantime, we meet up with Zoltan, one of Geralt's other friends, who also has been looking for Dandelion through his exes. We describe the mystery woman to him, and he realises instantly who it is. But of course, Dandelion can wait.
Round of Gwent?
I never refuse.
Zoltan actually tells us a few other people who play Gwent, like Geralt's longtime friend, Vernon Roach. Damn, we're meeting a lot of old friends. However, he seems to be arguing with one of his commanders about a situation they're in, and how it's risking the lives of many. While roaming around, we stumble upon a village slaughtered. It had signs of a very skilled person hitting every perfect blow, and even find a leshen head within one of the houses. We managed to track down one of the children who calls us a murderer, and tells us that the village actually paid for a witcher who ended up killing the leshen and the entire village. We follow the tracks, finding the said witcher, and ask him what happened, where he tells us the story of the villagers actually stabbing him in the back to save a few extra crowns. And he admits he lost his temper. So I actually say farewell, because Geralt got his name the Butcher of Blaviken for a reason, and returned the kid to her aunt. Anyway, I got sidetracked enough. We returned to meet Zoltan to find this Priscilla, who is playing at a local tavern. Yeah, remember that woman at the start of the game? Where we had the accidental murder? Well, she's angry that we saved her life, and Zoltan defends us. However, despite this, we still get to speak to Priscilla, who tells us that Dandelion was actually planning a heist on a man named Sigurd, one of the ringleaders in the city, as well as causing havoc for another ringleader called Horson Jr. So we go undercover to one of the bathhouses that Sigurd owns, in hopes of it leading us to Dandelion. We walk into the bathhouse where we see the leaders, Sigurd, Cleaver, and the King of Beggars, who you've met before, all arguing about how to eliminate Horson Jr. However, Sigurd turns out to be someone Geralt actually already knows, called Dijkstra, one of the spies working for a king who Geralt worked for in the past. Well, before that king died. This is when Geralt uses his spider sense to notice that some intruders have snuck into the bathhouse.
What the fuck's he on about? Ploughing fortune telling?
We take care of them, only to realise it was a squad sent by Horson Jr. Sigurd, or should I say Dijkstra, tells us a few locations where Horson might be. This is getting serious now. I feel like I'm in the mafia. Let me just cool off with some Gwent.
I do. Gwent's like politics, just more honest.
We also speak to Cleaver, who also wants to kill Horson Jr., and we team up and search his properties. We search his casino first, where we find a halfling who is actually getting interrogated. He tells us that Horson Jr. is actually working with Redania, which is the Mad King Kieran Metz wanted to meet. And they also work with the Church of Eternal Fire, so it's safe to say we don't like those guys. We then enter his underground fight pit to see if he's there, making easy work of everything they send at us. Where Horson Jr. reveals himself. We find a letter sent by Horson, giving us evidence that he actually is working with Redania. We tell Dijkstra the news, and he actually gives us a secret mission that he tells us to keep quiet. He takes us into his secret vault that's guarded by a rock troll, and shows us where the intruders broke in. Let me just not tell one of the most dangerous guys in Novigrad that we actually know it's Dandelion. We accept the mission anyway to track down the thieves. However, I don't know if that will make up for his 20 ton of gold that he stole. We go through the sewer trying to find any clues, fighting a lot of drowners, and coming to a dead end at the docks, meaning Dandelion must have fled on boat. We tell him about the boat and that we've actually found a bomb piece that blew up in the wall, meaning it must have been planted. We search the bathhouse for any clues and actually come across another piece of the bomb. We go through the guest book where we name someone who actually died before the day of the robbery, meaning it couldn't have been them at the bathhouse. Dijkstra sends us instantly to go search the house and find a letter addressed to Ciri, claiming that Menga, the leader of the Eternal Fire, has captured Dandelion and seized all the treasure that he stole from the vault.
You must flee.
This is when Dijkstra instantly storms in with Triss, and asks if we found anything. We tell him that all signs point to Menga, obviously leaving out that it was Dandelion, and we come up with a plan with Triss, one of the most wanted witches in Novigrad, and we know the Eternal Fire will want her. We tie up Triss, then walk straight into Eternal Fire camp, and demand that we'll only hand her over if we can speak to Menga himself.
You must think you're funny.
Maybe he is. Fuck if we know. Thing is, we've no sense of humour.
And somehow managed to convince them. We walk straight through the camp, and before entering Menga's office,
The charade.
What are you on about?
Watch and learn.
we kill them all. Finding a key to a vault on Menga, hastily leaving and setting fire to the entire camp. This is when Dijkstra is somehow already waiting outside for us. God, this guy doesn't leave us alone at all.
You lied to me.
However, he says to us that he's been given some inside information, saying that he knows that we lied to him, telling us that he knows Dandelion was the real person who stole all his gold. But despite this, we still earned our reward. And Dijkstra actually helps us find the spy who will know where Dandelion is. Alright, that's enough illegal activity for today. You know exactly what time it is. Gwent time, baby! And now that I finally have a deck that has some respect to it, we sign back up to the Gwent tournament, where we get introduced to the other high-class Gwent players, such as Sasha, who is quite mysterious and makes it quite obvious that she's given us a fake name. But she tells us everything we need to know about our other opponents, like this man, who walks around with his own personal groupie at all times, and a halfling who's a local farmer and just playing for fun. And finally, an elf who thinks he's better than everyone and is slightly racist. This is when the Grand Master explains the rules. Everyone will be put into their own bracket, and the winner will face him, declared the Grand Master of Gwent. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I want. And lucky for us, our first opponent is the farmer who's just here for fun. But I am on the hardest Gwent difficulty, which is probably even harder than the game, so I dropped down a save just to be safe. I placed my Dragon Hunter, putting me 21 points in the lead, and he placed... oh, damn. I've just got to pray he doesn't have a card worth more than 5. Fuck. Okay, just 1 second. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, there we go. My first win at the tournament. I practically feel unstoppable with how badly I beat him. This is when Sasha wants to speak to us in private. Oh, she tells us that she doesn't want the money to go to the wrong person. She says that we'll team up and split the money no matter what. But what if I said no? If I win, why would I half it? I am the best player in the world at Gwent as well.
I shall have another proposition for you then.
The Grandmaster reveals the next bracket, and well, that puts our plan to shit. And I actually beat her first time. I mean, yeah, obviously I beat her first time. We only have 1 win to go before we get to go against the Grandmaster, and it's against the elf. What the fuck am I looking at? I won again! I mean, yeah, I won first time again. However, even though I beat him fair and square in Gwent, he didn't like that well. So, we have to beat him again. Physically, and finally get to play the Grandmaster. If I'm being honest, I don't even care about the gold anymore. I'm curious what this alternative prize from Sasha is. No fucking way, I'm the GOAT. Won first time. This is when it's revealed that the gold has already been stolen and the guard on duty was killed. We examine the crime scene because it's my gold anyway, noticing that they lowered the gold from the balcony. We pick up a scent and follow it, where we find a crate with a crossbow used to lower the gold. And it has a guild mark on the front. This is when Sasha notices that it's actually a trading company. So we make our way to their warehouse and find out it was none other than... No, not him. He was so nice. Yeah, I actually feel betrayed. And Sasha says we can finally half the coin. Whoa, hold on a minute. I won the tournament. Why the hell would I split it? Okay, we'll split the coin. Now that I'm declared as a Grandmaster in Gwent and the Slayer of the Sasoshe, we clear what missions we had left in Novigrad, collecting crafting recipes from other Witcher schools, and then finally go to this spy that Dijkstra told us about. No fucking way it's this guy. I kind of have to respect his confidence, and he's even brought guards with him this time. We kill his guards and then he submits.
Had enough?
But next time...
Challenge me again. Raise your hand, draw your sword, look at me the wrong way, and I'll kill you.
You so sure of that?
Bro, learn your lesson, man. We set up the meeting with the spy and go to the meet-up location that Dijkstra told us. We hide behind the door, and wait for none other than Triss to walk in. Oh, never mind, she's just here for the spy as well. This is when the real spy walks in and we confront him and try and find out from him where Dandelion is being kept. Where Triss starts to torture the man. Oh my god, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. He finally tells us where Dandelion is, and if I'm being honest, I don't blame him for confessing. He reveals that Dandelion has been sent for execution and will be transported to Oxenfurt. Triss makes a great plan, saying that we could find a Doppler to pretend to be Menga, helping us set him free. And one of Dandelion's friends, Dudu, a Doppler, is actually somewhere in Novigrad. We tell Priscilla everything that's happened and that we're looking for Dudu, but he has gone into hiding due to Horson Jr. wanting to kill him. So, both our leads lead to Horson Jr. We know previously that Dandelion and Ciri made a deal with Horson, but I don't really want to meet this F-tier Joker, so we go and help Triss with her side missions, who has been sent a message by a very noble family in Novigrad, the Vengelbuds, asking Triss for help to help her son escape Novigrad as the Eternal Fire, oh these guys again, plan to assassinate him at the Vengelbud party. However, this party is a masquerade, meaning we need to find masks and fancy clothing. So we go back to one of Dandelion's exes to buy the mask, as well as buying some outfits, and making our way to the Vengelbud estate. And upon entering this very established rich person's party, I somehow get drawn instantly to some fine, distinguished gentlemen playing Gwent. So of course, I can't help myself, we beat them, since I am now the Grandmaster, collecting cards like Milva, Bruxa, and the Dandelion card. And also stumble upon Dijkstra, whose disguise isn't really working too well. We meet up with the woman who sent Triss the letter and find Albert, the man who is planned to get assassinated.
I am a Black Panther.
He tells us that they've already planned his escape and they'll decide to do it when the fireworks start, as everyone will be distracted, making it easy to escape. So we decide to wait till then. Triss gets quite drunk and falls into our arms, and then I notice the fireworks going off in the background. So I don't kiss her. Listen, for all the Triss lovers out there, go and read the books. Yennefer is Geralt's only lover. He's a very loyal man to her. We swap masks with Albert to confuse the assassins. Yeah, I don't think this will work. And get jumped instantly. Never mind. We meet back up with Triss and they escape quite smoothly. Okay, now let's try and find this B-Tech Joker and set off to find Roach. And you're probably wondering, wait, weren't we trying to find the B-Tech Joker? Well, I'm glad you asked. Since King Foltest died to a Nilfgaardian assassin, Lefo, yeah him, Roach is one of the last known commanders who serve under Foltest and is constantly fighting Nilfgaard. You know who else is fighting Nilfgaard? The Mad King Radovid of Redania. And you know who's working with Redania? Horson Jr. Now that's explained. We ask Roach if he knows anything about Horson Jr. He tells us he doesn't know where he is, however we can accompany him to a meeting with a Redanian contact in Oxenfurt, who turns out to be none other than the Mad King himself.
Break the chessmen open. Squeeze the truth from them. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, this crazy. We tell him we're looking for Horson Jr. and he tells us straight away, because apparently he keeps on requesting women and he's fed up with his antics. But we must owe the king a favour for his goodwill. We'll leave and Roach asks us for another favour because he helped us find Horson Jr. But we put both of them on standby because Horson guy has been getting away with a lot recently.
Oh, this one's got bollocks, don't he?
Storming our way through this mansion where 100 of dead women are scattered around the place. And finally come face to face with a bastard. And I'm just going to let this play out because Geralt goes to a dark place on this guy.
What the sandwich fuck is this?
Fuck's sake! No one's coming.
Stop! What? What do you want?
Hello, Junior. Been looking for you a while now. I've come to kill you. Looking for a young woman and a minstrel. I know you've met them.
A bird? What fucking bird?
Ashen-haired with a sword on her back, just like me.
Yeah. That was... I remember.
Wasting my time, Junior. I need details.
I'll tell you all. Just the way it happened.
And we get our flashback, where Horson Jr. is interrogating Dudu, and Ciri jumps in to save him. Dudu disguises himself as Whoreson Jr., managing to escape, and Ciri finishes off the rest of the guards. Whoreson begs for mercy, however, he was going to kill Dudu, who we're looking for, and it is one of Ciri's friends, so we can't allow that.
Tell you where things stand. I'm looking for this woman, 'cause she's like a daughter to me. And that's why I just can't let this go.
No, no.
Upon leaving the mansion, we get a confrontation by the guards, but not because we killed Whoreson, because the king already requests his favour. He requests that we find Philippa Eilhart, a sorceress who betrayed him, leading to him torturing her and ripping out her eyes. Yeah, this guy's crazy. I don't really want to help him, and I also get a letter from Triss on our way leaving Oxenfurt. So we decide to do her mission instead. Apparently, the Eternal Fire are doing a city-wide house search, killing all the mages in one night, so Triss needs to help all of them escape the city. We retrieve a few mages and make our way to the sewer, where they are all hiding, where Triss gives a speech on why they have to leave.
There's no more time for hesitation. We must leave Novigrad today.
We offer to defend them if the need arises, and Dijkstra also helps to defend the docks, where they'll escape. They plan to escape through the sewers, so we clear the path for them, coming across drowners, vampires, and even Cleaver's own personal graveyard. We finally clear the way and make it to the docks.
Finally! You bloody took long enough.
Fuck you, Dijkstra. Triss signals to the others that it's safe to leave, where we get this conversation with Dijkstra.
Any help? Can I play the violin for you? Fetch some flowers or bonbons?
What the hell's that mean?
What? Don't tell me you don't plan to beg her to stay.
Why do you even care?
I adore love stories.
The Eternal Fire finds us at the docks, so I help them understand their religion. Triss says her goodbyes, and I fumbled hard. No! Then she still sails off to Kavir to escape the Eternal Fire for good. But Dijkstra gives us some sympathy lore for our generational fumble. He mentions that he once was turned down by a sorceress called Philippa Eilhart. Wait, aren't we actually supposed to hunt her down? Anyway, he got shot down because she likes women.
So I drank myself stupid and went out whoring.
Suddenly, he switches and says that it has something more important than I could ever imagine. He says, yeah, we've helped some mages and some sorceresses escape, but how many still remain in the north? Because we haven't ended the real problem, Radovid, and he won't stop at just Novigrad.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I want you to help me kill Radovid.
He goes on a rampage rant on how he helped Radovid's father build a strong north, and now he's tearing down his hard work.
As that little shit squanders that! Radovid the stern, my ass! Radovid the witless, I'd say!
We tell him that we don't kill kings, but he insists that we still meet him and his secret accomplice later. So, before killing him, we end his mission by saying we can't find Philippa Eilhart, who he wants us to hunt down. However, Roach also asked us for a favour, so I go back to the camp to stay loyal to him, since he did help us find Whoreson Jr. He tells us that one of his commanders, Ves, has taken some troops and is going to ambush some Nilfgaardian troops, which seems normal for a band of guerrilla fighters. However, apparently he banned Ves from leaving the camp indefinitely, due to her rash decision making, leaving more people in danger. Of course, we'll help him because Roach is a legend, and set off to the village, where Roach has a few stern words.
And instead of donning a breastplate, you dash into battle, shirt open, navel and whatnot exposed.
Where a surviving soldier begs for mercy, and Roach shows why he's the Giga Chad that he is.
Camp and report.
Emir knows we can kill his men. Let him learn that we can also show mercy. You, Nilfgaardian, piss off.
We say goodbye to Roach, tying up another loose end that we had. Okay, now that's out of the way, we go back to Dijkstra to see what exactly he's plotting. We meet him inside his secret location, where he introduces us to his secret accomplice who is going to help him kill Radovid. Roach. Oh, I literally just helped him. He explains how he's called the Mad King for a reason, and he needs to go. He tells us that there's another one of their accomplices that we need to track down, and the entire plan hinges on the information he knows. We go to his last seen location, following the trail to a rock troll. We ask if he's seen who left the trail, and it tells us to speak to his friends, Og and Pog. And finally, the correspondent, Thala, who Geralt already knows from the past. The trolls won't let him leave though, but we manage to confuse them with a few fairly easy words.
Cocksucking leather.
And Thala goes on his way to Novigrad. But before we let him go...
Did I hear right? Word is you like to play cards.
Okay, whilst they make their plan to rid themselves of a mad king, we go to Priscilla to tell her what we've learned about Dudu and how he can help us free Dandelion. So we devise a plan to lure him out with a play that has a secret message directed to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, title: A Changeling Rescued, or the Witcher's Triumph.
Witcher, your task is a matter most tender. Her monster shall show at tonight's feastly splendor.
Slay beasts most foul. 'Twas for this I was made. I kill as my calling, not just to get paid.
Having said, I'll get down on my knee.
Oh, darling, I will.
Treason! 'Tis not wine, but a brew spiked with silver.
Look, 'tis no prince, but a Doppler imposter. Eat your blades, fear a Doppler. 'Tis a thing most foolish. Changing one's shape does not make one ghoulish. Remember, 'tis not flesh a monster makes. Heart that is base, such as in this knave aches.
Witcher, 'tis true. This wretch's foul suspicions tainted my mind with this plan so malicious. The Doppler must live. My daughter he'll wed. Beast or man, she loves him truly, without dread.
'Tis our tale's end, good folk, and its moral is this: no monster is he whose shape can shift.
The Witcher is just a true Doppler's friend. But you, foul page, in chains you shall end.
Okay. Guard! Call the guard! Remove the traitor at once!
The princess's command. Come up here.
Come on then, governor. Up you go. On stage.
Toss the traitor scum in the dungeon!
Don't be afraid. In the end, everyone will live happily ever after.
That was beautiful. Oh, wait, I'm back. We tell Dudu the plan on how he will take Menger's form and help us save Dandelion from execution. However, I doubt they'll start Dandelion's execution before we even start the mission, so we clear a few Witcher contracts I've been saving up, starting with the Oxenfurt drunk. So we go and examine the bodies of the victims, find out that it's actually just a lesser vampire that's haunting the town at night. However, not just any vampire, apparently this one's obsessed with jewellery and loves the smell of drunken blood. So there's only one way to lure him out.
Wanna get drunk off my ass.
We walk around the city bladdered.
Once was a maid from Vic Barrow. Tight at night she'd be loose tomorrow. Early in the
Until the vampire finally comes out.
I sense your blood.
Come out and fight, bitch.
Here I am. Oh yeah.
Lost your nerve.
Where I get yeeted, and he runs away. So we track him down and follow him to his lair. Okay, round two, bitch.
Come on, man! That's too easy!
We take its head as proof and finally decide to save Dandelion. We meet up with Zoltan at the ambush point where Priscilla unexpectedly turns up, which isn't good since it's going to be really dangerous. Suddenly, the transport appears, so we ambush them. Where one of the guards escapes with Dandelion and we swiftly follow the guard, leading to a hut in the forest, where the guard is holding Dandelion hostage inside three dwarves' house. They tell us that there is a secret entrance, but not to steal any of the stuff. We go down the cellar and take care of the guard.
finally freeing Dandelion. It's about time. We ask him where Ciri is, hoping to finally have a good lead, and...
Well, I don't know where she is.
Ugh. We ask where he at least saw her last, and he gives us a flashback on what went down. Where they were escaping from Whoreson Jr.'s men, and accidentally knocking over one of the Eternal Fire priests. That's not a good idea. Having to make an escape before getting shot. And that's where Dandelion got captured. But we don't know where Ciri teleported to. However, Dandelion says not to worry because she needs to come back for a box that Whoreson Jr. was in possession of. We luckily stole this from his mansion.
You get it from Whoreson?
Whoreson's dead.
Ooh.
And asked Dandelion if he knows anything about the box and why Ciri even needs it. Apparently, it was to decipher a curse, but Ciri wasn't too open on why. However, he says that she would often recite, I'm not even going to try and re-say this.
Verfile Elaine, Kiadmil Foley. Gladev Dorn Ep Tenaid, Bundro Isne Iakas.
Doesn't mean a thing to me.
Me too, Geralt. Me too. Anyway, so far, all we know about Ciri is that she had help escaping the Wild Hunt from the Bloody Baron, R.I.P., and set off to Novigrad to try and find Yennefer and Geralt. And Novigrad and Velen seem to have been dead ends for Geralt, whilst Yennefer looks around Skellige for traces of magic that could have been left behind by Ciri. So that means our last lead lies in Skellige.
So, Skellige?
However, I didn't want to sail to Skellige just yet, because in case you forgot, this is still a 100% playthrough. So we meet back up with Dandelion at his bar, called the Rosemary and Thyme, where Priscilla is arguing with Dandelion about opening a whorehouse, I mean bar, but Dandelion insists it's a more finer establishment, and he tells us they just need money to do up the place. So, being the good friend I am, I offer him to give him the money, which he just refuses, since he has a grand plan to get himself the money.
I dated this girl once, Sophronia. That's a name if you can believe it.
Where he will convince one of his exes to give him the money, because she is minted. He doesn't give us much to go on, but he tells us to get a prop sword and meet him outside his ex's house. But upon leaving, Zoltan seems to be arguing with two thugs who are threatening him for opening a new business. Apparently because we killed Whoreson Jr., these are the new thugs in town. Zoltan reveals he owes a huge amount of money to the King of Beggars, and they were sent to retrieve it. And he asks us for, as he puts it, a wee favour, where we must collect Gwent cards because they are really expensive and he knows a buyer. Yeah! And because it's Gwent, I've never signed up so fast to a mission in my life. So we make our way to the first guy to collect a card from him, who turns out to be dead. Where two thugs are already searching for the man's Gwent card collection. Where we find the ledger who the guy sold the cards to. We return to Zoltan with the ledger, where we find out who the people he sold the cards to are. Caesar Bilzen, one of Cleaver's clerks, and Ravi, a common swindler. So, we set off to find them, where we find Ravi talking to one of the thugs we ran into outside of Dandelion's place, where he's forcing Ravi to play Gwent for his life. Sounds fun. Since he's broken all of the man's fingers, we play in his place. If we win, Ravi survives and we get the Nautilus card, but if we lose, he leaves with a card and he kills Ravi. So we accept, where we absolutely sweep the guy 30 to 101, which he didn't take very well. Getting the Nautilus card, and then finally make our way to Caesar, where Zoltan already has a plan. He'll distract him talking about fishing, whilst we sneak upstairs and steal the card, and taking a few other things too. We then tell Zoltan we should leave, where some of Cleaver's men come to take out Caesar for stealing from Cleaver. We defend him since we did just rob him, and finally go and meet up with the buyer of the cards, where the new Whoreson Jr., Duke, has already taken the money and killed the buyer. He escapes with the money, and we get jumped. We chase after Duke, down the sewers getting stopped by a few drowners, where he got caught by one of them, and we take back the stolen gold.
Better make sure this was our last meeting.
We meet back up with Zoltan, and he tells us we can pick our reward. The money he needs to pay off his debt, or the cards we collected. I think you know exactly which one I chose. Okay, now that Zoltan doesn't have to fear for his life about paying off the King of Beggars, we collect the prop sword, and finally meet up with Dandelion outside his ex's house. He tells us the plan that he has devised to win over Sophronia, his ex. He tells us that we'll play a bandit who is going to rob her, and he'll step in and save the day.
This could actually work.
Thus winning her back. He gives us a script which I don't read, as well as a mask so we don't get recognised. Hopefully the grey hair and the 2 swords on my back don't give me away. We mug her, and Dandelion swoops in to rescue the day, where he dubs himself
Me, the Crimson Avenger.
More like the Crimson Asshole.
We fight Dandelion and obviously let him win, since this is fake. Wait, what? Dandelion just killed us. Oh, I'm all the way back here. I'm not going to let him win this time. We escape and meet back up with Dandelion at his place, to which he isn't even there. However, a guy has come to decorate the interior, so we decide on the decor on his behalf, and Priscilla sends us to find him, since it isn't like him to not turn up, where he's banging on some random woman's door, which turns out to be the woman's husband not letting her leave to work with Dandelion, for obvious reasons. We find a key that Dandelion knows about outside, and get in. The man refuses to let his wife work for Dandelion as he doesn't want her working at a brothel, to which Dandelion explains it's a finer establishment than that, where he gets convinced fairly easily. Coin. And then Dandelion sends us to collect some placards that he needs to advertise his business, where the guy is being robbed. Honestly, the security in this city is really bad. I actually try and be nice for once and say they can rob the place, but we just need the placards, and don't care what we take.
This is all mine now. Fuck off, freak.
Sounds reasonable. They tell us that the placards aren't even in the building, and that the man is actually supposedly betting his life savings in the Vengelbud estate. Okay, let's go then. We meet the man who says he's in debt to a debtor and has bet all his money on this last horse to win it all back. So I decide to tell him to bet on me, and I'll win the race and get him his money. Well, that's not a good start. We managed to win and tell him to take the placards to Dandelion, because now I have a thirst for horse racing. We pay the entry price and get ready to race, because in case you forgot, I already am the champion of Velen in horse racing. We smoke not 1, not 2, but 3 of Novigrad's best, winning us a pretty OP saddle for Roach, where one of Cleaver's men gives us a letter from Cleaver himself to congratulate us at how good we are at horse racing, and tells us to actually meet him in his usual quarters. He asks us how about we compete for some real money in some illegal horse races, and of course I accept. Where my game bugs out, and we lose the race. Okay, let's try that again. And it bugs out again, but this time in my favour. Both the men spawned off the horses, giving me a huge head start, where I don't even get to finish the race before it ends. What the hell? I lost the mission again. I was literally ahead of them. It looks like it's worked this time, where I came back with a vengeance. And win.
Here comes the money.
And this is when the guards interrupt our illegal horse race, so we escape quickly and meet back up with Dandelion to inform him that the placards are already on the way. This is where he dubs the rosemary and thyme the chameleon, due to its recent transformation that we chose for him. Now that everything's set into place, we ask if we can finally do the grand opening, to which Priscilla says,
I just need to knit back home for my dress.
Women.
So, whilst we wait, we have a few rounds with our good old pal Dandelion, where Dandelion asks if Priscilla has shown any interest in it. After a few hours of talking and drinking, we notice Priscilla still hasn't come back. This is when suddenly a man runs in.
Priscilla, she's...
What? Speak, man!
To tell us that Priscilla was attacked on her way home and is now in hospital. We hastily make our way there to find out what happened.
Enough of the courtesies. What are her injuries?
Concussion, cranial swelling, incision into her larynx, and scalding inside the throat and esophagus. Clearly someone forced her to imbibe a caustic fluid.
We come to the conclusion that this wasn't just some regular attack, but a serial killer with a very demented mind who has already claimed the lives of a few other people, cutting out their hearts. Meaning somehow Priscilla got out lucky, where Dandelion makes his plea that we must find who did this.
Geralt, I know I owe you 100 times over, but I need to ask you another favor. Find the bastard who did this. Find him and kill him.
Don't need any convincing.
The doctor asks if we are to kill the man, we should probably start by examining the previous victims, which is strange for a surgeon since his job is literally meant to save lives. However, he sees this lunatic no more than a tumour that needs to be removed from society. We warn him that he's putting himself into danger helping us, to which he says he's more than capable of defending himself. We ask him how we can even access the morgue, to which he says we won't. However, there is a way inside from the sewers. This surgeon's giving red flags at Carwell, and set off to the morgue with the doctor.
I'll get whoever did this, Dandelion. Even if it's Hierarch Hemmelfart himself.
Thanks. You lead.
And enter the sewer, where we question him on why he even comes to these sewers and how he knows this leads to the morgue, but get interrupted by some drowners lurking. We enter the morgue, and the doctor says we should move fast and find the dwarven woodcarver. We search the morgue until we finally find him, and begin the autopsy. We start at the head, where his hair is burnt as if he was in a fire, and his eyes have been scooped out. What the fuck?
Or gouged out his eyes, then put burning coals in the sockets.
And not only that, but the victim was still alive as it all happened. They only say the killer always returns to the crime scene. We also notice a thin incision on the throat, almost as if a surgeon had cut it. Bro, am I talking with the killer right now?
I believe he performed a tracheotomy, so the victim wouldn't die too soon.
We carry out the autopsy, noticing the obvious missing heart, but the surgeon spots something else.
An egg from an amphibian. A salamander?
An egg placed by the murderer, as well as formaldehyde and acid used to preserve organic tissue. All I'm saying is this surgeon is definitely sus. Examining the rest of the body, we also notice that his ankles are swollen, meaning he kicked something very hard.
Right before he kicked the bucket.
Doesn't strike me as the right time for jokes.
Now that we've examined almost everything on the man's body, there was one more place I was dying to examine.
His genitals. We ought to inspect those.
I sincerely doubt they bear any relation to the matter.
We'll see. Pull down his trousers and... shit.
Whoa! Nice cock! Yeah.
Turns out there's no connection. Damn. We end the examination and come to the conclusion that it must have been a ritual of some sort due to burning coals placed in the eyes and an egg placed in the centre, and of course the missing heart, all pointing at heat being the centre point of the ritual.
A fire eternal.
But I swear if this is the eternal fire's doing, this is when randomly someone walks in. He introduces himself as Hubert Wright and is the one whose job it was to do the autopsy. He mentions that he knows the surgeon and that he always brings himself into trouble. We ask how they know each other, and it turns out that this guy actually taught the surgeon. However, this was 30 years ago and he's not changed at all. Anyway, whether he's using good moisturiser or not doesn't discriminate him, so we ask where the body was found so we can investigate. He tells us to ask Eustace, the corpse collector, as he was the one to bring the body in. This is when another person walks in, an eternal fire priest, Reverend Nathaniel. Wait, isn't that the one Siri knocked over? He demands that no one sees the body and no one was allowed in under any circumstances, that we are escorted out immediately. Another suspect fitting the eternal fire criteria. So we get escorted out, and Hubert tells us he wishes to see the serial killer hang, so if he finds out any more information, he'll tell us. What a nice guy. We ask Joachim, the surgeon, who the priest was, as he is now on my mind the real culprit, despite just how sus Joachim was before. He tells us that Nathaniel was actually previously a torturer, before he became part of the Eternal Fire, and has a bad reputation for it. We then ask Joachim why we even had to go through the sewer if he knew the coroner in the morgue, to which he replies that he truly knows who he is, so he avoids him. So this means our leads are the woodcarver's workshop, the corpse collector Eustace, and the alley where Priscilla was attacked. So we went to work, setting our way to meet the corpse collector, who's already dealing with a few dead bodies on the road. He struggles to remember the guy with no eyes and no heart, because it's quite common, and then goes on a rant how he once had to chop someone into pieces because she was too fat to fit in his car. Just out of curiosity, we ask him what he even did with the woman, to which he replies Reverend Nathaniel ordered him to bury her and any evidence he finds. Well, that's a bit dodgy. Anyway, we got sidetracked He mentioned that he remembered the woodcarver because he searched his body for any money, so it wouldn't go to waste. So we confront him.
I call a spade a spade. You rob corpses.
And I call a prick a prick. It's none of your fucking concern. What, you a tax collector? Peace off, mutant.
Hey, what's going on?
Damn it, I really wish I leveled up Axie. We offer him 20 gold anyway to give us what he found on the body. He hands over some rubbish like baubles, rings, and a letter, to which he says it's very high quality paper.
That's human skin.
Which contains someone's name, Priscilla, naming his next victim. We tell him that he could have saved someone from getting hurt if he had handed this letter in, to which he says,
Do I care what happens to some Priscilla? We short of wenches in this town.
Anyway, we make our way to the place where the woodcarver died, where we meet his brother.
Brother have any enemies? Anyone dislike him? Threaten him, maybe?
Tells us about his obsession with a woman and how he would often threaten her, and that when he found his brother's body, he was burning with all of their wood carvings. We decided to look around to find any clues and go inside the shop, where we find bloody stains that appear to have been washed away and formaldehyde, which we found on his body. Also noticing all the wood carvings of the deities and gods were very
Never seen a bust that size on Melitele.
However, it turns out an eternal fire priest made it a sin to buy these god statues from the non-humans. I must say it's not looking good for this Reverend Nathaniel. After examining the crime scene, we come to the conclusion that Fabian, his brother, would have been working in the workshop when he was attacked, and then the murderer dragged Fabian's body into the courtyard, making a pyre of the sinful statues, setting it all on fire, meaning that whoever did this really didn't like the statues. Now, one last lead to look at, where Priscilla was inevitably attacked. However, on the way, we are stopped by a guard saying that Hubert has another body that has been attacked by the murderer. But I travelled this way to check out Priscilla's crime scene, so we'll check out this first. We walk up the alleyway where a woman stands, and then they close the door behind us and attack us. But of course, being a witcher, they stood no chance. The woman claims she's getting vengeance, as the killer always returns to the crime scene, meaning she mistook us for the killer. What an idiot. She tells us that the people being murdered are all seen as nobodies, and the serial killer has been around for a while, telling us that all the guards refer to the victims as human trash, and also wanted to get payback for Priscilla, letting her play roles that other actors wouldn't dare play due to it mocking the eternal fire. A lot of clues pointing at this Nathaniel guy. Now that's over with, we can finally examine the site, finding a man's footprints that show signs of him fleeing the scene before the guards arrived, and ending at a wall.
Trail ends here. Strange. Even I couldn't jump this wall.
As well as finding the scent of formaldehyde. We leave the scene as it led to a dead end, and go to Hubert, who said he had the new victim, ready to be autopsied. We ask who the victim is, and it turns out he was a lecturer. He was found with his books, and I think you already know what types of books these were.
All the tomes dealt with the eternal fire.
It's almost as if they want to get caught.
Are you serious right now, bro?
We ask him what he thinks about Reverend Nathaniel, to which he says he's a cruel man who once attacked him with a scalpel because he forgot to lock the storeroom. We then question him on why he doesn't get along with Joachim, to which he replies he got him sent to prison due to a student protest that got many people killed, where we call him out for looking so young despite being older than Joachim, who is 60 years old.
How old's Von Graz? 50? 60?
53, I believe. Why do you ask?
You look a little young to have been his teacher.
Not surprising. For years I've lived in the cold and dark, breathing the vapors of embalming fluids. In short, working with corpses extends one's life. Amusing, is it not?
That's weird.
Anyway, we start the autopsy, seeing pretty much the exact same as we did before. However, this time, a letter, with a name like the one we found before.
Patricia Vegelbud. Gotta find her, now.
We hastily get to the estate and warn her that her mother is about to be killed. We follow Ingrid to her mother's room, and she warns us that her mother is very sad as she's losing faith in the eternal fire and has ordered the books be burned. Well.
Win, just to be sure.
You're relentless, aren't you? Fine. But wait here, please. Mother's certainly not in the mood for guests.
He ran out the other door! Catch him!
Well, the guards mistake us as the murderer, meaning he got away. She asks us why the killer would do such a thing, and we come to the conclusion that it must be because she blasphemed the eternal fire, and that we must check her body because he might have left a letter for his next victim. We enter the room and retrieve the letter with a name, Sweet Nettie. So again, we swiftly make our way to crippled Kate's and ask for Sweet Nettie straight away, to which he says she's upstairs with a very important client and do not disturb them. We obviously ignore him, making our way to the room, revealing the killer to be none other.
No one will hear you, bitch. Not a soul.
You, though? Whole town will hear you in a minute.
Reverend Nathaniel.
Yet again.
I would act shocked, but let's be honest, we all knew this was going to happen.
You disturb me, and I so dislike being disturbed.
And obviously, it wouldn't really solve the mystery if we didn't ask why.
Tell me why you do it.
For pleasure. Satisfaction.
We tell him there's a lot of legal ways to get satisfaction, and that it doesn't take killing them, to which he says something that kind of interested me.
Who said anything about killing? I could stop at a few burns.
We press him on what we've seen with his previous victims, as he does indeed kill them.
What the fuck are you on about?
Wait, he's genuinely clueless. We ask him if it was him who left the letters on his victims. Can't believe I'm about to have a serious conversation with a weirdo. We ask him who would have known that he'd be here, and he says only one person knew, the coroner, Hubert. He tells us that Hubert is normally collecting supplies like formaldehyde at this time in the docks, and to get him quickly, while he stays here and finishes his job.
Are you serious right now, bro?
So we give him a taste of his own medicine, setting off to get Hubert, the real murderer, who is already waiting for us. He tells us that he underestimated us, not expecting us to see through his bluff of Reverend Nathaniel. However, we failed to figure out everything, because if we did know, we'd have drawn a silver blade by now, who reveals that he is a higher vampire. We ask if there even was a motive for the killings, to which he replies, it's all symbolism. Burning coals in the eyes, they are blind to the fire. Egg of a salamander, which is born of fire, replacing their cold hearts. But why would a vampire even care about the eternal fire? To which he replies that he believes what the church believes about the city, that it is fallen and needs order. So he decides to do it in a way people couldn't ignore. He explains that the people he killed didn't deserve to live, as they were all bad people ridiculing the religion.
For you, I'm afraid it's too late. You are a man of little faith. I sense this.
Mm-hmm. But I'm pretty good with a sword.
Pretty good. Moment.
Oh shit, oh shit! Now that's over with, we can return to Dandelion and let him know that the deed is done. Where Priscilla is making a speedy recovery, we tell Dandelion that we dealt with the serial killer the witch away and tell him to look after her now that we've done our part. We let Joachim know that Hubert was the real killer, and I apologise for thinking it was you. Now that I've completed pretty much all the side missions I can do in Novigrad, it's time to bring myself to clear the rest of the undiscovered locations. So to save you the hours it took me, enjoy the montage.
What's the problem?
My house, something haunts it. No. I've literally just lost all my progress. Man, fuck this. We're going to Skellige. I'll do this later. Bro, I'm actually fuming. That took me hours. On our way to Skellige, we get invaded by pirates. Why is this game just becoming impossible out of nowhere? Bro, there's honestly so many of them. How'd you like my whirlwind attack? Eighth time lucky, right? Okay, this guy with the bow is pissing me off. Oh shit, I'm gonna get cornered. This is actually harder than some of the boss fights. God, the boat inevitably crashes and Geralt gets knocked out, where we wake up on Ard Skellige and someone instantly tries to rob us.
Back off or I'll kill you.
I'm not afeard of dying.
We ask him if he knows who Yennefer is, as she's looking into the mysterious magic in Skellige, and he mentions a witch being in Kertrolde, where he welcomes us in the stylish Skellige fashion.
Know the way to Kertrolde?
Expect I'll find it.
Head north, then turn west towards the bay before you come to the bridge.
At least people don't hold grudges here, and somehow Roach is here, but Yennefer can wait. Lambert has been waiting for us for a while now to find his friend's killer and set off to find this hammer, encountering our first Cyclops. God's sake, man, I just keep dying. Take that, bitch. On our way to Hammond, we come across some bandits refusing to let this man pray, so we defend him. We make our way to Hammond's camp, where we just simply ask for him, and they say we'll have to wait, which I didn't want to do. We make our way through his camp, slaying countless bandits, and make our way to where Hammond is praying.
Begrudge you no gifts. Grant me another victory, so I can make you another offering of me loot.
Don't mind me.
Fuck, what now?
Ask him where Yad Karadin is.
Come on, what are you waiting for? Kill the fucker!
He didn't like that. We find a letter from Yad Carradine on Hammond's body, explaining how he no longer wants business with Hammond and wishes him the best. So now that we've tied up our end of the mission, we return to Lambert in Novigrad. We tell him that it's very likely Yad Carradine's living in Novigrad, and Lambert says he's already learned he's under a false identity as a nobleman, and that he's already tracked down where he lives. So what was the point of me going to Skellige at all? Regardless, we make our way to Yad's estate, where guards greet us and tell us that he's already expecting us. Finally meeting Yad Carradine.
He's a witcher.
He introduces us to his wife and kids and says that he knows we've been looking for him for a while. We point out the obvious fact that witchers can't have kids, and he replies they're adopted.
Talk to him, Geralt. If I do, first word he says to me, I'll lose it and throttle the fucker.
Nice place you got.
He tells us that he's actually come into so much wealth that he donates to numerous amount of charities. We remind him of Aidan, Lambert's friend he murdered. He tells us how deeply he regrets killing Aidan and how he weren't even supposed to kill him. So we ask for his side of the story. He explains how Aidan took a contract to lift the curse from a duke's daughter, to which he failed and fled with the reward. And Yad was sent by the duke to collect the reward back, to which Aidan had already spent all the money. So they demanded his swords instead, and the fight broke out. And quite frankly, I didn't believe him with his adopted kids and charity. We tell him that his remorse is fair.
Do what you want, Lambert. Your friend, your vengeance.
Anyway.
Ever play Gwent?
Now that we've finally helped Lambert, after all this time, we go back to Skellige. We make our way to the docks, where King Bran, the ruler of Skellige, has already passed, where we see his ex-wife, Kraken-Crate, as well as Ermion, the local druid. This is when Bran's current wife gets on the boat with Bran, as they push it out to sea, which is kinda sweet. Oh. This is when we spot Yennefer in the crowd, whilst Ermion gives a speech about Bran.
At its end, our glorious ancestors await him!
And Kraken-Crate explains how despite Bran's death, they are still at a time of war, and tradition states that all clans unite under one leader. After the speech, we catch up with Yennefer, who asks us what we've learnt from Velen. So, as a recap, we explain how Velen is a literal shithole, and we came across the Bloody Baron who helped Ciri when she was escaping the Wild Hunt, and then how Ciri then set off to Novigrad to try and find Yennefer to help lift this curse. We also mention that she's very lucky to have escaped these Crones of Crookback Bog, because they're very powerful. We also mention how we ran into Kira Metz, who knew of an elven mage who was looking for Ciri and helping her. We then ask what she's learnt from Skellige so far, to which she explains how something strange has happened. A sudden burst of magic that caused a disaster, and she believes it's because of Ciri. However, Ermion, the druid I mentioned before, won't let Yennefer near it because he believes it was sent by the gods. When Kraken-Crate interrupts us and says he wants to see us at Bran's wake, as he has an important matter to discuss with us. Yennefer tells us she rented a room at the inn and wants us to dress into something more formal. So we decide to do so and make our way to Caer Trolda, where Yennefer that is waiting for us whilst talking to Bran's ex-wife, who is quite sad, but not because of Bran's death, but because of the tradition in Skellige that anyone can become the king. We make our way into the feast hall, where we are greeted until that crack has already assigned us a place of honour at the table, beside his daughter Ceres, where she introduces us to... do I have to say all the names? She introduces us to Halbjorn, son of Holgeir Blackhand, Blue Boy Lugos, firstborn of Madman Lugos, and Ottrig on Hindar. She tells us how everyone at the table dreams of being the next to wear the crown, where they all point out that Ceres' brother Hjalmar on Prey is better than her in everywhere, as he beat her in a race up the mountain. And we point out that Hjalmar actually isn't here, where she explains he's chosen his own path. However, she's just salty that her brother beat her in the race, and challenges Geralt to do this same race against her. So of course I accept, and we make our way to Caertroden Mountain, where she explains how Hjalmar left his axe at the tree at the top of the mountain to declare his victory, and whoever retrieves it first wins. And of course, because we are a Witcher, we win fairly easily. We return to the wake, where she is annoyed she lost, but they point out that we're a Witcher and she was never going to win. Finally, someone with some common sense.
Let's drink!
Yennefer tells us that we must speak in private, so we decide to leave the table, where we run into two of the Jarls who really don't like each other.
Because a madman's an insult to madmen. He's a common goat fucker.
Call me a goat fucker one more time, and I'll chop off your head, stick it on a pike, and piss down your neck hole.
Enough! Time to settle this. Here and now.
Oh, ha ha ha! Giving me a true fright right now. Shaft my best trousers. Put that away before you cut yourself, you cunt.
We try and defuse the situation where,
Come on, freak! Show us what you're made of!
But in Skellige, that's normal, so he actually appreciates it and asks us to drink with him. We finally make our way out the feast hall, where Yennefer tells us we shall sneak into Ermine's laboratory, where she explains we are looking for a mask, called the Mask of Ouroboros, where suddenly we hear guards approaching.
Sparrows chip, while starlings chirp.
What do jackdaws do?
Jackdaws caw, goldfinches warble, and cranes whoop, whereas peacocks screech. Hawks scream, larks trill, and doves, they coo. That's all of them.
What about nightingales?
All right, nightingales croon.
We make our way outside, sneaking around. Well, that's a bit unfair. Making our way into Ermine's laboratory, where there are a lot of stuffed animals. We try to get through, but the door is locked. And this is where Geralt has a funky trip, and the animals come alive.
The animals, they're alive. Yen, watch out.
We fight hordes of wolves and bears, and wake up on the ground.
Years of vigorous training at Kaer Morhen finally paid off. Bested nearly all the stuffed beasts in here.
Please.
Anyhow, we pass the test and get through the door, entering his lab, finding a letter from Ermine to the other druids to avoid Yennefer, as she's been working with Nilfgaard, as well as a book from the Wild Hunt talking about how they are deadly spirits of war and have built their ship, the Naglfar, off the claws of the dead.
Things begging me to pull it out.
It's not in the stone, don't you see? It's held there by a vice.
We come across a statue that looks like it should be holding something, so we place a mug of mead we found in his lab, which seems to do the trick, which leads us to the mask, which looks very ominous, and she picks it up like it's nothing.
We've got it! We must return to the feast quickly before...
Oh. I've had plenty of experience fighting these mofos. fuck, I just got yeeted. Suddenly, the room fills with poison, and Yennefer has to teleport us out. Back into their room in the inn. Yennefer accidentally tore a hole in her dress and explains how she needs to fix it before we return to the wake.
But I like it.
We return to the wake, where Crack is already given his speech and asks whoever thinks he is worthy to the throne to step forward. And Ceres is in the back, debating entering. Crack enters his own son as he couldn't be here, leading to Ceres storming over and entering.
May the best man or woman win!
Where he shows he's annoyed she entered, but still has something more important to talk about with us. Where he says that Yennefer's already told him Ciri is in danger, and if we need any help, just say the word. So we ask him if he can help us with Ermion, to which he replies that Ard-Skellig is his isle, not Ermion's, and he gives us permission to investigate the site. We ask if we should at least still warn Ermion that we're going to investigate, as he's still one of Geralt's long-time acquaintances, to which he replies he'll speak with him himself. However, although he is helping us because he's sworn an oath to help Ciri, he still asks if we'd be able to help him with his own children. Hjalmar, his son, swore to kill the frost giant of Undvik, while Ceres swore to lift a curse on Uldurik. Of course, being a nice person I am, I accept. There was no other option. Now that's over with, we can finally find Ciri. Okay, maybe there's something more important than that. Collecting the Brues card, and oh, for God's sake, turns out our next Gwent card, we have to finish finding Ciri. Okay, maybe we'll get this done now. At the magic site, we find Ermion and Yennefer arguing because the mask she stole can only be used once, and afterwards will be rendered useless, and that once it's used, the sea will swallow the Skellige Isles. He explains that the myth of the mask is because Ouroboros made the mask as his beloved was swallowed by the sea, making this mask to see into the past. However, he knew he could only use it once, so he waited until it became unbearable. But due to this, the sea wreaked its wrath, swallowing and flooding all of Skellige into the Isles they are today. However, we explain myth or not, Crack's already give us free rein to explore the site by any means necessary. To which he explains that yes, it is Crack's Isle, but it's his job to prevent any alien magic taking hold of Skellige. Secondly, Crack himself entrusted the druids to look after this site. And thirdly,
What was that?
Yennefer's already used the mask. With haste, we make our way to Yennefer, where she is fighting foglets. Well, at least we know the mask works. If the myths are true, we're fucked.
What was that?
Unicorns.
Damn it, Yen. I saw the foglets. I meant how'd they get here?
The power of the mask summoned them.
Yennefer gives us the mask and asks us to use it in places with strong magical currents. We use the mask where we see two people emerging from a portal. We follow the tracks where we see the magic explosion that led to the forest being destroyed. We keep following the trail, encountering countless foglets, and use the mask once again where we see someone injure Ciri and she escapes through another portal. And Yennefer manages to track that the portal she went through is the one that led her to Velen, where she met the witches. So, because of that dead end, we decide to follow her companion and where he is. It turns out he single-handedly fought off the Wild Hunt, meaning whoever this guy is, he's very powerful, and also manages to flee to Velen, where he inevitably met up with Keira Metz. This is when Ermion manages to calm the storm and, well, storms in.
Look at what you brought down on us!
We explain how we've learned it was Ciri, and she was with a mage who cursed the forest to fight off the attackers, and that there's one last trail we still need to check, where we find a vaporized soldier of the Wild Hunt.
What do you call it?
Vaporized him.
Ermion points out that he doesn't even recognize the armor, and we tell him it's probably because he's part of the Wild Hunt.
What?
He asks why the Wild Hunt would even be after Ciri, and we explain it's because of her elder blood that gives her her powers, allowing her to jump between worlds and space, which is why the Wild Hunt wants to use it for a mass invasion. However, during this, Ermion mentions the Wild Hunt had recently attacked a village in Hindusfjall, about a fortnight after the Cataclysm, meaning our next stop is Hindusfjall. Okay, so now that's out the way.
Wouldn't happen to play Gwent, would you?
Now we can get back to what I know you all really care about, and set off to win the rest of the cards in Skellige. We make our way to Gremist, one of the druids, to win his card in a game of Gwent. Oh, do I have to do his mission as well? Damn it, I'll play the game. We talked to the guy Gremist was arguing with and asked him why. Turns out he wanted to be Gremist's apprentice, as Gremist is the best alchemist on Skellige. However, apparently he refused him, so we go to Gremist and compliment him straight away to get on his good side.
You seem a nice enough guy.
Well, I'm not. I plan never to be.
Before popping the big question. We asked to learn everything he knows about alchemy. He tells us that he dedicated his entire life to alchemy, literally, and he's not going to go around telling it to just anyone.
I'd be a good student.
Doubtful. You can't even grasp the simple notion that I want you to leave.
But he second guesses himself, saying he has planned a very tricky ritual and he could use our help. He requires 3 favours that we must complete before becoming his apprentice. First, we must get him Pimpernel from the Muskegon Forest. Second, a bottle of spirits from the old distillery on Hale Hill. Thirdly, we must convince Fritloff to help him with the ritual. So, because I just want to play Gwent with him, we accept, making our way to convince the druid Fritloff, who is about to perform his own ritual to force Mother Nature to bring rain due to a drought. However, of course, Mother Nature doesn't like being forced to bring rain, so she'll retaliate, and he could use our help defending him. He sacrifices some goats and starts the ritual.
Swarm! Fatna Hala!
It's starting.
Right, let's defend this motherfucker. Oh, for God's sake, it's foglets. Bro, I'm so ass against these. Why do I find it so hard to fight foglets?
Because there's nothing left. Surprise, motherfucker! Blotter Himmel, Blotter Moiler, Flacker of Flixtar!
Am I scared? Nah. I'm scared. I'm scared.
I'm locking in now. and he finally summons the rain, and he agrees to help Grimace with the ritual.
I get it. There are times I wish I didn't have to chase this necker.
Stop. What do you mean by that?
Now it's time to find some Pimpernel, to which there's none left.
Another seeker of Pimpernel.
Another?
Apparently Grimace has sent countless apprentices to find Pimpernel with no avail. Apparently countless have tried to find some in the mountains, but always return drained with a blank stare and no Pimpernel, never speaking of what happened. And this man has come to find one of his apprentices who never returned. We tell the men we should adventure together as he's looking for the druid and I'm looking for the flowers, tracking the footprints and coming across countless dangerous animals and insectoids, making it up the mountain.
Stop, please! Haha! Oh, this is great. No! Stop! Please! Stop it, that tickles! Two can play this game, you horny goat woman.
The man believes that she's cast a spell on it, but she explains that she has to cast a spell to make them leave, because they all keep coming back for more.
You naughty, you teasing me, you naughty.
We tell the man that a succubus is harmless and sentient, so it's not worth killing. The man leaves, proclaiming he'll return with people who will, to which she says, why did we help her? Because she won't couple with witches.
Tell me why, because I want to know why. On some real...
Is it the scars?
I detest when a man smells of blood. You witches always reek of it.
But never mind. No means no, I get it.
We tell her there's another way she can help us by getting us some Pimpernel, which takes us into her cave to collect one from her collection. Now it's time for the last thing Grimace asked for, and make our way to the abandoned distillery, coming across a Cyclops.
Now what are you doing? What are you doing? Stop! No!
Finally find the ingredients scattered around the site and quickly complete the puzzle to finally make the Skellige spirit. We make our way back to Grimace to let him know that we've completed his 3 tasks and tell him that we can now start his ritual. He tells us that the ritual can only be performed in front of members of the Druid Circle and we must wait outside and not enter under any circumstances. So I wait outside. And finally re-enter. Turns out there was never a ritual, and he just tricked us into getting his alcohol ingredients.
Guess the ritual's not over yet.
Gert, I thought I told you to stay outside.
We demand that he at least teaches us, and he tells us the most mid-knowledge I've ever heard.
Best approach, practice makes perfect.
Finishing the side quest.
Gwent, ever play the game?
If your question is would I be interested in playing you, the answer is simple. No.
Afraid of losing? I understand.
Very well. Out with your deck. Win, and I'll give you my best card. They ain't believe in us. God did.
Grimace tells us we should challenge Madman Lugos, since he's one of the best in Skellige. I swear if I have to do another bunch of side missions just to do this. We make our way to Lugos and challenge him, where we win first try, meaning now we've won the cards, Leshen from Ermion, the mysterious elf from Grimace, and the Katakan from Madman Lugos. Now there's one last opponent, Krakon Krayt, who we beat with ease, winning the Draug card, and tells us that there actually is one more person we should challenge, Struster, a mere tailor but a true warrior when it comes to Gwent. And because I've been having the most generational run in Gwent, I had to check. Turns out I'm just the goat. Anyway, I got distracted. We make our way back to Stustra to challenge him for the game of his life.
Oh, hold on, bro. How?
You saw nothing. We win his Yavin card, finally ending the Gwent conquest. For now. Now that I've established my Gwent dominance, there's another thing I need to do in Skellige.
Heard you, hold fights here.
We defeat our first opponent, Grim, with ease, and set off straight away to our second opponent, Einar, who also falls on our first attempt. I know I'm a Witcher, but I thought Skellige Brawlers would have put more of a fight. He tells us we've beaten the main contenders to face the Skellige champion, Olaf, and to make our way to Skellige to face him. How hard can it be? These guys were chumps. We make our way to where we'll fight Olaf in his own personal arena. But I've been fighting in fields and back streets. Who is this guy? Anyway, after admiring the arena, we challenge Olaf, to which the organizer tells us that fighting is a tradition on Skellige and is seen as holy. We actually question him on why it's such a big tradition in Skellige, to which he tells us there once was a man on Skellige named Dunzursus who actually beat literal monsters in fistfights. Anyway, we tell him that we'll fight Olaf as if our life depends on it, and we won't take light of their tradition. To which he reminds us that we are already the champion of Velen and Novigrad, and if we win against Olaf, we'll have the opportunity to face the champion of champions, so no pressure. We enter the arena and get ready to face Olaf, the champion of Skellige.
Fighting is our sacred tradition. The blood spilt in this arena bears witness to the clan's strength. The victor today will be champion. Yet any who is bold enough to fight is already a hero.
Shit.
Fuck, he's a bear. Okay, that wasn't too bad.
It was a fair fight.
He says it was a fair fight, and we instantly ask him if there's anyone else to fight, to which he replies no, and that we are now crowned the champion of the Skellige Isles.
I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better.
This is when a random guy enters and says we have potential for the big leagues. And how about we drop these amateur fights and face the champion of champions? So of course, we accept, because I beat a literal bear, so how hard can this guy be? And make our way to another arena. We talk to the guy who organises the event, but says the arena is closed due to a certain incident, and that we'll have to wait. We decide to talk to the locals to find out more information. Turns out, a wraith haunts the arena. They tell us that according to legend, his name is Ulla the Unlucky, who lost every fight he ever took in the arena, but would always come back, meaning that he even failed at dying like a man. One day, a Jarl, Jarl Folmar, held a tournament at the arena, where he drew the name Ulla the Unlucky, and the Jarl mocked Ulla and ridiculed him until everyone around the arena was laughing. As Jarl Folmar raised his hand in victory, Ulla the Unlucky stabbed him in the back. As the Jarl died, he cursed Ulla, saying may he lose again and again for centuries on end, and Ulla still haunts the arena till this day. And apparently, he's become quite famous, getting people challenging him to a fight, to which Ulla always loses and returns back, meaning they can't organise any other fights because he's always there. We tell him we'll get rid of the wraith for a price, because I have an idea. We make our way to Ulla the Unlucky, where he seems bored of being stuck in this endless cycle, and asks us to draw our sword and make it quick.
Draw in. We'll make it quick. And not too much drama if you don't mind.
Where we let him beat us, thus breaking the curse and allowing him to enter the afterlife.
Let me win. You freed me. Thank you. The gods be with you.
Farewell, Ghost.
Okay, so now we can finally face the champion of champions. He calls us a mutant, but says it's probably for the best.
Ordinary bloke never stand a chance against the champion of champions.
It's not going to be a human, is it? We ask him if there's something we should know, since we did literally fight a bear before, and he tells us to just go look inside the arena.
Behold, the champion of champions.
A rock troll. A very well-developed rock troll.
We confront the man saying, how the hell has anyone meant to beat a rock troll? And how did he even become the champion of champions in the first place? Turns out he just walked in one day and the previous champion accepted to fight him. Before he died, that is. We ask if the troll even has a name, to which he replies, no, as the troll has sworn an oath to never reveal his name until someone bests him in a fist fight. However, everyone believes that he actually doesn't have one, because they don't think he can even think at all. Regardless, we've come this far, so I enter. Well, this might be the end of Geralt. How the fuck am I gonna beat a literal rock troll? My hands will be broken after this fight. We finally beat the rock troll, also acquiring our 13th trophy, where we are now crowned the champion of champions, and that the four corners of the world will know my name, Geralt of Rivia, champion of champions. Now that we've established our dominance in Skellige, we decide to go help Krakenkrate's son, Hjalmar, with this frost giant he swore to defeat on Undre, where we cross paths with it quicker than I expected. We investigate the giant boat where we saw the frost giant leave food, meeting this random man named Otto, where he starts to argue with his crew.
Saw the giant give you food. Where's he get it?
Don't know, don't ask. Food suits me, suits my crew.
Over there, on the ground. Hand's got bite marks on it.
What? Where? Well, Mark, damn it. You're supposed to clean up.
couldn't keep her.
Despite knowing he's blatantly a cannibal, we ask why he hasn't even been killed by the frost giant, to which he replies the frost giant needs a longship. We obviously question why the hell a frost giant even needs a ship, to which he replies that it will sail out to defeat the gods when Ragnarok comes, which sounds awfully similar to Ragnarok. Anyway, he mentions that his crew has helped him build the ship, so we ask where they are.
Tall one's Wilmar, Wilfred's to his right, and the lad with the stutter's Wilhelm.
Okay, if he wants to help the frost giant, he can, but we have more important matters. Asking him if he knows where Hjalmar is, he says his crew told him that they saw him make camp at the old guard tower. We make our way to the old guard tower, finding some of Hjalmar's men already massacred. However, we find some tracks.
Took a second arrow here. Got him good.
Leading us to a troll cave where we also find this horn outside. We decide to go into the troll cave, taking care of the trolls easily, since I have beat them in a bare fist fight. We'll keep going deeper into the cave, where we find some trolls cooking something.
Cooking?
Hey, you there! Help me! Water's getting hot!
Shut it.
We explain how we need the man, and they refuse since they won him from another troll by guessing his riddles. So I guess that's how I'll have to win him back. If we can guess the riddles, we win the man, but if we lose, we'll jump in the pot with him. I'm fairly good at riddles anyway.
First riddle. Lots eats, lots drinks. Big E-B. Sticks big key. Big key bash.
What the hell is even that?
I'm going to assume they don't even know what a clock is or a whale is. I'm just going to have to guess.
Good troll. Now you ask.
I'm light as a feather, but even a troll can't hold me for long.
Piss. Riddle hard, human cheat.
I won fair and square.
Stupid riddle. Feather. Troll not hold. Not piss.
We rescue the man and ask him if he knows where Hjalmar is. He explains that something must have happened to him as they'd have come looking for him when he went missing. He explains how the sirens caused them to crash the ship into the island, leading to them setting up shelter at the old tower. However, a few of the troops at the night decided to abandon Hjalmar and steal his horn that drives off the sirens, to which he followed them in the night where he shot them with his arrows. However, his screams drew out the trolls, and we know the rest. He tells us that the ice troll's lair is in the caves above the abandoned village. So we make our way back to the watchtower to follow some more tracks we had found, where we see signs that they were chased by the frost giant, fleeing into the cave. We explore the cave, encountering plenty of monsters, coming up to a house at the end of the tunnel. We enter where we find 20 of Hjalmar's men, but no Hjalmar. What the fuck was that? We follow the tracks out the door, where it splits into two ways, so we obviously follow the human tracks. Finding the village and Hjalmar fighting off sirens. We ask him where his men are, and he tells us that there was only 3 of them left.
The sirens tore Leif up good. We should see to his wounds.
He's dead.
What? Nah, he's just unconscious. Lost a bit of blood.
He's dead. Trust me.
Swore he'd sink his blade into the giant's heart. Swore it on the bones of his ancestors.
We make our way up the mountain and make our way into the lair where the frost giant is sleeping. This is when one of Hjalmar's men is being kept prisoner inside the lair, Viggy the Loon. And Hjalmar reminds us that his name is the Loon for a reason, and it's best he stays inside the cage until we sneak up on the giant whilst it sleeps. He makes a valid point, so we agree that he should stay. Okay, I'll actually try and avoid the snow this time.
Even. No closer, he's mine!
And this is when Viggy shows why he's called the Loon.
Get out of here! The whoreson's mine!
Shut up, you idiot.
shit.
What I will ask you though is, can you give me one more?
Sadly, Vigor the Loon died because we didn't release him, but they both say it's for the best, because if we had released him, he might have run straight at the Frost Troll whilst it slept. Kiama says that the bards will sing the song of my victory, but being the humble witcher I am, we tell him to take all the glory, since he did do the finishing blow, even though I did most of the work. However, now that we've helped one of Kraken Crate's children, I decided to start clearing parts of the Skellige Isles, since little did I know this would be the worst part of the 100% playthrough. What the hell? This thing can literally two-shot me. I've got to be careful.
How do you like that silver?
What the fuck is he doing? Bro, I can't see shit.
Ran off to its lair to lick its wounds. Need to track it down.
We tracked down the fiend Morvard, leading us to his lair.
Won't get away this time.
I sold!
I'm really struggling with this random ass boss.
Now that was a lot of gas.
Well, that was a minor inconvenience. Let's get back to what we were doing, shall we?
Bad ones. Your son's dead.
After that trophy rampage, there's one more I need to focus on getting, making our way to our last Witcher contract in Velen, where we find the remains of a man and monster tracks leading into a cave. Okay, let's see what kind of monster this is.
Blood, flesh, digestive juices. Food for its young.
Absolutely disgusting, by the way. I almost puked, but let me stay focused.
We take care of its eggs and the hatchlings and find what monstrosity is lurking in the end of the cave.
She was a fairy.
Need a trophy from Nicholas' brother.
Oh, you thought that would get us a trophy? You were mistaken. We still have one more.
Another one.
Following the trail to an archgriffin. There we have it. Defeat 2 Witcher contracts without using bombs or signs. Okay, I'm gonna have to confess. I may have told a tiny white lie. You might have noticed, but this isn't how I got the trophies. I actually got a lot of these trophies earlier in the game and forgot to add them in, so be grateful I tried. However, what it did end is every single thing I could have done in Velen and Novigrad combined. Now that we've completely cleared those 2 regions, that means we only have 2 more left, Skellige and Kaer Morhen. And we haven't even unlocked Kaer Morhen yet, so that only leaves Skellige. And since I've cleared half of the Isles, we decide to help another Encrate, Ceres. I said, we now help Ceres. Sorry guys, even sometimes watching my own gameplay, I had a serious Gwent addiction. We go to Uldurik to ask where Ceres is, where he's talking about a vision he had, about a giant sea snake biting his hand off, believing it to be a message from the gods to sacrifice something for them. Okay, so bro's just crazy.
Looking for Ceres.
Aye, she was here.
Where is she now?
What?
Ceres. Where's Ceres?
Dunno. Enough of the questions.
I say something wrong?
You must forgive the Earl. Hasn't been feeling well of late.
Is he sick? He didn't seem quite right during Kroch's feast, but...
Forgive me. I must go to him.
Where's Ceres? I've got to find her.
I don't know.
Well, that was helpful, wasn't it? I wonder why he screamed. We ask around the village to find where Ceres is, where a woman says she's gone to a house on the outskirts of the town. So we go to the house where we see a few drowners attacking this man.
Dabbler! Swarming like gulls around the waist heap. I'd be sure we showed them.
We? Seem to remember you sitting on that rock crying for help. Just tell me where to find Ceres.
Must be daft.
You helped me with the sea devils, but that don't mean I'm willing to gossip about Uncrate's daughter.
As much as I love your accent, I'm fed up of doing these goose chases.
Here are your options. Tell me where Ceres is, or I'll tell everyone I found you sitting on a rock, scared witless and screaming like a woman.
Talk all you want. No one will believe a foreigner telling tales about an islander.
Damn, racism wins this one. He tells us that Ceres has gone to Ulrich's old home to investigate why he's been acting so strange.
Damn, something seriously wrong here.
Okay, if Geralt says that, I'm instantly terrified. We find some footprints that look recent and some rotting flesh in the drawer, which isn't out of the ordinary because everyone knows that's the best place to store some rotting flesh. We follow the footprints, finding Ceres passed out on the floor, so we carry her out the house where she reawakens. We tell her we're taking her home as we found her half dead in the haunted house, but she starts to panic about some sword. We ask her what she's even on about, and she tells us the sword, Brokvar, is the ancestral sword of the Ulrich clan, and she needs it to lift the curse on it. Apparently Ulrich and his younger brother, Aki, fought over the sword. Obviously, the tradition is to give the sword to the oldest, and the father decided to go against this, giving it to the younger brother. Ulrich and Aki sailed out to sea together.
Got a feeling this trip didn't end happily.
And you'd be right, Geralt. Apparently Aki fell off the ship during a storm and was never seen again. And although this is a horrible story, what does the sword have to do with his visions? To which she explains that she believes he's actually being haunted by his younger brother, Aki, and that he wants the sword back. Apparently Ulrich is called the Chosen One in the Isles, as he's the only one who's deemed to speak to the gods. However, these gods always force him to harm himself.
Not a bad idea, on condition it's a ghost we're dealing with. But something doesn't add up.
What's that?
Aki drowned at sea, said so yourself. But the ghost haunts this house.
Aki and Ulrich both lived here. Maybe that's why.
So we offer to go back inside the house since she almost died going inside by herself. Geralt, you never ask if I want to go inside this creepy haunted house. We go into the cellar and retrieve the sword. Well, that was easy.
What is this about?
We tell Ceres we have the sword and make our way to Ulrich, who has harmed himself yet again for a sacrifice for the gods. We drop the bombshell that he's not special and that it's just his brother haunted him. He doesn't believe us, so we say the gods are angry at him for his brother's death and that we need to please them by returning the sword to him, and that will help him the best we can to not anger the gods.
What would you have me do?
He tells us where Aki fell into the sea, but then starts to second guess himself.
No. No, no, no. The gods, they'll be angry. I feel it.
Fear not, Jarl. The gods love you, and they loved Aki. Surely they want this.
Well, maybe I can sail there. The sword should be returned. That's what matters. Makes no difference by whose hand.
He says that we can recognise him by the ring he'd be wearing, as it resembles their clan. So we make our way to the location he said and return Brokvar to Aki.
Wondering what that accomplished, if anything.
Yeah, I feel Ceres may be right. Oh shit.
What is this?
Ulrich. The voice has commanded him to poke out his eye.
What? Why'd you do it?
Such was the will of the gods. A sacrifice for Aki.
This guy is crazy. He tells us that the gods told him to take his eye out because he was too cowardly to take the sword to Aki himself. He reveals that the gods can only talk to him whilst he's asleep in the dark. He explains that he sometimes is summoned to his old home and that he lights torches and they speak to him from the shadows.
To see the gods is a great honor. Maybe with more light in your house, you'd see them when you're awake as well.
Lesser men are unworthy. They cannot gaze upon their faces.
So these gods don't like light. This is when we notice that his shadow is very strange and asks to speak to Ceres somewhere private.
Come.
And because Geralt has elite ball knowledge, he knows exactly what's haunting him. A Heim that latches onto people who commit vile deeds and feeds on the guilty conscience, forcing the host to mutilate themselves. And because Geralt is a witcher, he knows exactly how to get rid of it, right? So apparently there's only 2 ways to do so in theory, as no one's ever successfully done it before. The first way being the Witcher way, where we'll spend the night in the Heim lair with the affected individual, blurring out the Heim when it emerges from the shadows, as you can't attack it otherwise. And judging by Ulrich's state, this Heim will be very strong by now. Now, the second option. In theory, Heims latch onto guilt, so if you can somehow pretend to do something horrible, the Heim will use them as a new host. However, when it realises that you haven't actually committed a bad deed, it'll be forced to vanish. Neither method is perfect, as there's a very strong chance Uderic can die. Not by the Heim, but by,
Uderic
well...
could just expire. He's weak.
Well put, Geralt. Well put. And on the other hand, the Heim is a demon, so it's very tricky to fool, especially when the person can't know that they've falsely committed a bad deed, as the Heim can only latch onto true sorrow. So since it's the safer option to stop Uderic from just outright expiring, and make our way to the Heim's lair, where we find Ciri?
Ciri. No, it's impossible. Damn it. Looking to discourage me? Good. Means you're scared.
We search around the house when Ceres calls out our name.
Geralt!
And tells us she has a plan, but she can't tell us what it is. All we have to do is wait here in the haunted house. Yay! However, whilst we wait, we should probably get a fire started.
Over there! She's running to the old house! Grab her!
Take him. You must put him in the oven. Trust me.
Take care not to hurt the child. Give me the babe.
In the oven. Throw him in the oven.
Defeating his men, since we did just throw a baby in the oven, where Uderic is still trying to free the baby, and the Heim leaves him to feed on our guilty conscience. This is when Ceres reveals that the baby was safe all along, tricking the Heim and forcing it to leave, freeing the Jarl from his torment. Meaning we have now helped both of Crack's children in their tasks. So we make our way to Kertrauda to inform him that the task is done. However, we are greeted by one of Crack's servants, as the castle has been closed due to the ceremony of choosing the future king will begin soon, and only clan leaders and their children may enter. And in case anyone watching didn't realise, I'm neither of them. However, Crack has made an exception just for us since we helped both of his children on their journeys.
Today, you're one of us.
We enter the feast hall where Hjalmar and Ceres are arguing about who is more worthy to wear the crown. Either way, we didn't come to speak to them. We ask where Crack is and make our way to his chambers, where Bran's ex-wife Berna was arguing with Crack and Crate, who is still angry of Skellige's tradition to vote for a new king, as the Isle should be entrusted to a single family. She believes her and Bran's son is the heir to the throne by right of birth, and says she will be leaving Kertrauda as she won't let her son bargain his way to the throne. Anyway, that's none of my business. We enter Crack's chambers, where we speak on his thoughts on Ceres and Hjalmar. On one hand, Ceres is a smart leader who thinks things through with a lot of patience, but will Skellige finally accept a female ruler? On the other hand, Hjalmar is a great warrior and will sooner die than surrender, since they are at war with Nilfgaard. However, he can be quite hot-headed. Anyway, that's enough politics. We came here for our reward.
Promised me a reward for helping your children.
And I aim to keep my word. Here. This bauble's been in the family for generations. I give it to you for helping ensure the line endures.
Beautiful craftsmanship.
This is when we hear a commotion in the feast hall.
Damn it! Hjalmar's probably started another row.
That's not Hjalmar.
killing the bears where another commotion breaks out. The other leaders of Skellige say tradition states the host must come to a conclusion and get revenge for the blood spilled today. How does no one know how multiple giant bears got into the castle? Surely that looked quite suspicious. Hjalmar and Ceres live up to what Crack told us before. Hjalmar storms off to kill anyone he suspects, while Ceres decides to investigate the crime scene and come to a proper conclusion on why and who did it. I'm assuming this is supposed to be a really hard decision, but why would I just not search the crime scene? What the hell did someone just mourn? We obviously help Ceres and ask who the victims were, where she lists all of the contenders for the throne, meaning the only worthy people for the throne are Ceres, Hjalmar, and Svanrige. We examine the bears, noticing a human-like tongue, tattoo under the fur, and numerous old scars that had been looked after. We come to the conclusion that this bear is half human, half bear, a sort of lycanthrope. However, it's clearly not a full moon, so something else must have triggered the transformation, like a food or drink. We manage to find a scent and track it down, where we find mead mixed into mushrooms, where we find a mead mixed with mushrooms, and human blood? Well, that's a weird mix. Ceres tells us that they're called berserkers, fairy tale warriors who can transform into bears in the midst of battle. Or was a fairy tale. She tells us Hjort, one of the druids, can help identify what type of mushroom could cause this effect, who instantly knows the type of mushroom, marjoram. Now we need to find out how someone managed to spike it in such a public space like a feast hall. Or did they? What if the mead was spiked before it was brought in?
They smear your ass with honey and hero.
Is that what they do to heroes here? Quick, Ceres, we must solve the mystery. We investigate the cellar, inspecting each barrel where we find the exact one, and ask if we can trace down where it came from. But suddenly...
The spirit!
And escape fairly easily. Well, that's the evidence burnt. However, we decide to still go back to see if the pyromaniac had left any clues. Well, they left an obvious trail of mead.
Could you ask for clearer prints? Sticky from the mead.
Coming across a piece of cloth that had been accidentally ripped off on their escape. And Ceres reveals that only Arnvald, the man who introduced us to the feast hall, wears this type of cloth. So we go to confront him.
Grab a horse, we'll chase him down.
That's exactly how.
Ironbolt! Stop, damn it! I get my hands on him.
You don't stand a chance. Where to see him one night?
This motherfucker don't miss.
He tells us that no Ancrate should ever sit on the throne, as they're too hot-headed, and that Skellige needs a true king, not one that is chosen by drunken jarls. Strange. It's like we've heard someone say that before. He reveals that it was Berna who set him up to do this deed, to wipe out all the contenders, framing Crack Ancrate, leaving only her son to be worthy on the throne. But we still need proof, since it is his words versus hers at the moment. This is when he pulls this.
What's this, you fucking piece of shit?
Turns out he kept all the letters she had sent him on how to poison the mead. So we make our way to Crack and all the other jarls to inform them of the news. Ceres reveals that it was Berna Bran who was behind this all along. Berna obviously pokes holes into our evidence, saying that the confession from Arnvald can't be trusted as he's Crack's most trusted, loyal servant, and that the letter lacks her signature and seal, making the Ancrate house look even more guilty. And Hjalmar had also come to a dead end, meaning that the Crack Ancrate clan must be punished. This is where her son Svanrige confronts his own mother.
Mother, you bade me to leave the hall before the feast. Why?
Son, not now.
Where he manages to convince the jarls that she was behind it all, and the eldest of the jarls must choose the punishment.
I sentence to death. You will be chained to a rock to perish of hunger and thirst, and sea fowl will peck apart your remains.
Wait, what? Bro, I need a minute for that one. Crack tells us how shocked he is that she'd even do such a thing, but it's almost time for them to declare the new king. or queen. So we go with him since we did help both his children, and well, they are the only contenders left. We witness the ceremony with the crowned Ceres as the Queen of Skellige. And if I do say so myself, it's mainly because of me, solving all the problems. So hopefully they choose right. Oh, what is it we have here? Another druid asking for our help. After the last one, I should avoid him at all costs. But I'm bound by the curse of completionist, so we talk to him. He tells us that one of the other druids has become mute, and he wants us to, well, rage bait him into breaking it. And he'll pay us in a Gwent card? Sold. We make our way to the victim and start the rage baiting. We start by playing dumb, then asking obvious questions.
Oh yeah, dumb question.
Damn, doesn't work.
You lose your voice. Can you show me? Hold up some fingers. Charming man.
And then make as much noise as possible. He responded. I think it's starting to work. Then set some bees onto him. He gets fed up and relights his fire, so we instantly put it back out.
I saw it already, you! Oh, Dave! Oh, of silence!
Now I wish I could call myself a professional rage baiter, but I stand no chance compared to the Reddit users in the comment sections, and add another Gwent card to our glorious collection. Okay, now I was told about a tower appearing out of nowhere on one of the islands, so let's check it out. We speak to a man who claims this tower appeared one day, bringing a constant storm to the local town, thus asking us if we can find a way to send it away. Okay, sure, we'll try and move this whole ass building, man, finding a way into the tower where a portal is present.
Shit.
Entering the portal where it closes behind us.
Great. Portal closed.
Cease your intrusion. Leave at once.
Bro, I can't leave, man. I can't leave.
Failure to leave when summoned.
You sound as though you're feeling the pressure.
I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You cannot put pressure on me. No chance.
Find this lovely man trapped behind a force field who seems to know who we are, saying that he's so lucky that we ended up to be in Kuberofski to save him. Yeah, in case you didn't realise, we're in Skellige, meaning this tower somehow teleported here from Kuberofski. We tell him that it was the locals who sent us to get rid of the tower because it's brought a storm that has ruined their fishing. I'm assuming you got trapped here because of the golem.
I know, that's not it at all. The golems are but one of the tower's defences, part of its defensive regulatory magicon.
What?
A defensive system. Magic. ensuring only the tower's owner will use it. When it detects an intruder, it locks down all the rooms, denies access. We must deactivate the defensive regulatory magicon. The tower's prior owner wrote a treatise about removing such defences. Gottfried's Omni-Opening Grimoire.
So I guess we'll find this book and disable the defences. The tower summons some more defences as we search around the tower. This does not give up. A werewolf? How's he even summoning these things? They just keep getting deadlier. Oh no, another one? Oh, it's a cat. Also finding some recipes scattered around the tower.
We're losing recipes!
And this key into the library. Well, I'm assuming this book is kept in this library. Okay, let's give the book to whoever this guy is. I wonder if we'll see him in The Witcher 4 since he's from Korea.
This it? It is indeed.
He uses the book to deactivate the force field and tells us we must reach the heart of the tower and override its defense system, dealing with waves on waves of OP monsters, whilst he overrides the system, and tell him to teleport the tower back to where it came from, since that is why we got hired to do this.
Aburagi, Barathea.
Wait, what are you doing?
Not this way, the door!
Geralt fully just can't catch a break. We swim to shore where the villagers thank us and praise us for calming the storm.
You're alive! And in one piece!
One soaking wet piece.
Will you teach me to fly?
Another time, maybe.
And then say we more than deserve our reward. Well, the mage did pay us.
Always knew Unskeletors were honest folk.
But we also heard a conversation from some of the locals, mentioning something called the Trial of the Path. And because I have an unhealthy addiction of 100%ing things, we of course ask what the hell they're on about. She tells us that all the young men of Skellige must complete this path once in their life to be claimed a true warrior. Count me in. Geralt is at the ripe age of 100 years old, I think. We make our way to the start of the trial and declare to this man that we shall complete it. However, no Outlander has ever completed the trial. Does he forget that I'm the Geralt of Rivia? To complete the trial, we must first climb along the crest of Mount Ardaclov and find the Crimson Claw at the peak. Then delve into the caverns underneath the mountain.
On you go then, show the world what you're worth.
Okay, let's breeze walk this. We traverse the terrain with ease. Oh shit, I almost fell. Coming across some harpies, so I just used the horn on them. Continuing to climb the mountain, leading into an abandoned old fortress, facing countless wraiths, and finding our way into the main hall. Also retrieving a full set of diagrams for some more Witcher armour, and killing the wraith that seemed to have ruled this abandoned fortress. We continue up the mountain, making it out the ruins, and find this old Skellige man. Bro, how did you even live up here? Who points out I'm a foreigner and that he's never seen one before. Anyway, we didn't come all this way to talk to this important man. We continue to climb the mountain, finally making our way to the summit. Retrieving the token of dexterity, proving we have completed the first half of the trial. Well, that was easy. Now, we must find a way to get back down. Well, that led us right outside the entrance. We delved straight into the opening, diving into the watery cavern, holding our breath for a surprisingly long time before coming up for some air in an opening, getting ambushed by 2 Gorlok the Destroyers. Turns out these golems have been living here and capturing anyone who comes up for some air during the trial.
Surfaced for air, and they nabbed him.
We collect the Path of the Warrior token and continue to swim to the end of the cavern, traversing yet again the rocky terrain before finding the exit back onto the surface. Where a group of bandits are waiting at the end to pick me up. We return to the man and prove we completed the path with the tokens we had collected, meaning now we are officially the first Outlander in existence to complete the Skellige Isle path, declaring us a true warrior of the 5 Isles. Not like I'm crowned Skellige champion or anything. Okay, enough lollygagging. We are playing The Witcher, so it's about time I act like it. We clear a few contracts that we had acquired along the way, clearing a nest of smart neckers, a powerful wraith called the Pennant that haunted the local lighthouse, and a harpy that was dropping villagers from a great height just for fun, and get ready to complete the last Witcher contract we had hold of, where we find the villagers gathered around a body. One of the villagers is preaching how it is a sign from their god that he is displeased with them, as they had left the old path, whilst another villager says the god is just an ordinary beast who's already massacred 5 other villagers. We ask if this is how they all died, to which the elderman says he only does this to cowards. We ask the same to the other local, Sven, who says it murders anyone who wanders into the forest.
No one's seen it for themselves.
No man alive has.
Great. Really helpful, all of you. You've got a monster problem, that's clear. Just not sure you want it solved.
However, half the village is split. Some want it removed, whilst others say they made a deal with this god in the past to help them have good harvests and raise strong kids. And it's lived up to the promise so far. We investigate the forest looking for clues on what it could be, coming across some tracks, and finding the other bodies with crushed bones, and finally find some claw marks on a stone, marking its territory. Coming to the conclusion that this is a very old lesson, and the older a lesson is, the more powerful it can be. Well, this is going to be fun. And the lesson has probably already marked one of the villagers, as this makes it immortal. As long as that villager is alive or lives near the forest, we have no chance at beating a lesson. The elder preaches to us not to kill the woodland spirit.
Rid us of him, yet he's what made us invincible. Turned us into great warriors.
Maybe I wasn't clear. The woodland spirit is a monster.
And requests we perform a ritual, a sort of peace offering to the lesson, and he'll thank them with a forest full of gear. Anyway, whilst we think about what to do, we look around the village for the marked person, finding it out to be none other than Sven's wife.
Who's mates with the beast?
It's not intentional. The marked individual has no idea.
Said yourself, the monster's helper must die first.
No one needs to die. The marked one should leave the village, that's enough.
We must banish her. Said so yourself.
But she's one of us. For the good of the village, Sven. Drive her out. Make sure she knows she's not to return. Ever.
Not going with her? Funny. Thought you cared for her.
I don't understand why they couldn't just make a village somewhere else. Anyway, Alession's a monster, so we go into the forest to destroy its totems, as it's now vulnerable, destroying all three before the Leshen reveals itself. This guy's going to be powerful. How does he just vanish like that?
We didn't learn. We didn't learn from last time.
More wolves! Oh, stop calling these wolves. We take its head as proof to show that it's finally been destroyed, and return to the village where something strange has happened. Half the villagers that wanted the beast gone, murdering the other half of the village.
Hey! Hey! Look at this. Told you the Witcher had solved this.
What happened?
You rid us of the beast. We rid ourselves of its accomplices. Don't worry. Our agreement stands. I earned your coin, you did.
Might have ridden them of a deadly beast that actually helped them, but now the village is full of monsters. God, I love the whole concept of the greater evil in The Witcher 3. Anyway, although this isn't a Witcher contract, there is a beast that needs to be banished from Hindisfjall, where we were going to meet Yennefer. A beast called Morkvarg.
Word is you've got a problem. Morkvarg. That's its name? Could tend to it for you.
The woman tells us that if we can get rid of Morkvarg, the goddess will be very pleased.
That's nice and all, but coin's what pleases me.
Geralt always knows the right thing to say. She says if we can rid them of Morkvarg once and for all, they will pay handsomely. Now, that's what I like to hear. Okay, that's cool and all, but who and what actually is a Morkvarg, and why can't they just get rid of it? She tells us that a few priestesses bound Morkvarg to the garden for all time. Even if killed, he will return. So, what is a Morkvarg? Ah, that's a great question, me. It's not what is a Morkvarg, but who. Morkvarg was the name of the worst man in Skellige. He held nothing sacred, raiding lands of his own clan, accepted gold from Nilfgaard, murdered women heavy with child, and not even children were safe from him. Thus leading to the priestesses bounding him into the garden for eternity, so he couldn't harm anyone ever again. She says she can't tell us any more information as she's never seen him for herself. But there is a man, Einar, who managed to escape him. He was there on the day when Morkvarg got cursed, and he alone is the only survivor. We ask him what he recalls from the events of the day, where he explains how Morkvarg's mug stretched into a muzzle, deforming him into some type of dog. So quite safely we can say he's a werewolf. Anyway, asking around won't solve anything. We finally go to the sacred garden where he is bound, coming across him instantly.
A crumb. Food. Food. Shank. Not again. Not again.
We explore the garden, trying to find any clues on what happened on the day, in hopes of finding a way to reverse the curse, coming across some footprints from a normal human, and signs of a fight breaking out, where somehow they managed to barricade themselves on the other side of the wall. We explore to the other side of the barricade to find a dead body, however, no bite marks, which is strange for a werewolf, meaning he doesn't even eat his victims. So what is he eating? We find a barn where the others must have hid to no avail, as the door was torn to parts by Morkvarg, finding a chain with a werewolf foot attached to it.
It's true. I wish to hear a story. Warriors came. They knew they could not kill me, so they laid a trap, chained me down, locked me in here. Know what I did? Bit my leg off to free myself. Every bite brought pain, and howling, I vomited blood.
Biting off your own limbs hurts. Who would have thunk? Your story have a point. We're just doing some chest pounding.
The moral is you cannot kill me, cannot stop me. I'll not be bound. Break any fetters. The curse. Free me, or I'll return to get you.
He starts to go berserk, but he is surprisingly weak.
Talk now.
Only now can I. Such is the curse. Makes me bite, scratch, mangle. Undo the curse. Free me. Finally, I will reward you.
You mention a reward, He tells us along his journey he acquired treasures that he hid away, and if we can break the curse, he'll tell us the location. But I had one question I was dying to ask.
So, no joy in being a werewolf?
To which he surprisingly replies, being a werewolf isn't even that bad. Matter of fact, being bound to the garden isn't even the worst part of the problem, but the third curse, hunger. Anything he devours turns to ash. He cannot eat, he cannot drink, but his stomach starves. Which explains why he's not been eating the corpses scattered around the garden.
Everlasting hunger. Classic as curses go.
We come up with an idea. What if we voluntarily hand him food? He's the worst man to ever live in Skellige, and having an accomplice willing to help you eat is a good test that he's turned
Do this the easy way. Morkvarg, of my own free will, I offer you this fare. Now dig in.
Won't turn to ash.
Won't know until you try. Come on, a spoonful for Daddy.
Fuck! This shite again!
Well, that didn't work. We continue to investigate around and trying to find more clues about the curse, finding a cave, as well as a diary entry from Morkvarg himself before he was cursed, where he writes about destroying the temple and the statues, killing the priestesses. Whoa, wait a minute, what? If he wrote this before he was a werewolf, how did dead priestesses curse him? Towards the end, Morkvarg mentions how one of his crew, Einar, forfeited his shares out of fear of the gods due to Morkvarg destroying the temple.
Liar.
What? I swear it on the Great Mother's tits.
Cut the act. Don't buy your piety one bit. You were one of Morkvarg's men.
We confront Einar about lying, and he reminds us that every single person around us are his men. But although he lied, I didn't come here to fight. We ask him what really happened that day, as we've been tasked to lift the curse, to which he rightfully says, why the hell are we even trying to help him? He explains how Morkvarg made him kill innocent people, children and women included. But priestesses, that's where he drew the line, as he didn't want to anger the gods. Not like killing children is going to do that or anything. Whilst Morkvarg was drinking with his men, Einar cut him with this wolf fang pennon that his dad had given down to him. He was told whoever was cut by it will suffer a fate worse than death, and it definitely worked. And to lift the curse, all the user needs to do is have the pendant in their possession. But that would be too easy. Einar just refuses to give us the pendant, as Morkvarg deserves the pain he is receiving for all the evil he has brought to the Skellige Isles. Never mind, we managed to blackmail him by using the same moral line with the priestesses, but on one condition. Once we lift the curse, Morkvarg cannot live. So we make our way back to the garden and venture into the cave we found, where Morkvarg is talking to himself, confronting an inanimate object about stealing his key. Anyway, we kill Morkvarg again.
Here we are again.
And hand him the wolf fang, easily lifting the curse, allowing him to become human again, where he instantly is thinking of things to do and forgets that he owes us a reward. We demand our reward, and he tells us that we must go to Novigrad to collect it.
See beckons.
Killing him and collecting the reward from Novigrad and the priestesses. Now that Hindisfjall is free and we can finally investigate with Yennefer, oh for God's sake, what now? We've got hidden treasure to do. The viewers want to see how the story unfolds. Trust me, we have to 100% it. Oh, fine, okay, last thing. And of course, whilst going to collect these hidden treasures, we come across a woman who claims no one in Skellige has ever beaten her. Does she not realise I'm the Geralt of Rivia, walker of the Trial of the Path, champion of champions, horse race master, and most importantly, Gwent Grandmaster? So we of course accept to fight her. Well, I didn't mean to do that.
Fraud. Magic and potions to defeat one woman.
But...
for shame.
Let's defeat her properly this time and prove I'm him.
No! Enough! Oh, gods!
Well, that escalated fast. Let's get back to the treasure hunt, shall we? What is this? We come across another Witcher contract called Skellige's Most Wanted. We investigate the crime scene where this happens. We find some tracks leading us into a cave.
What's going on here?
Making it through the cave and finding a small base on the other side, with drawings explaining the exact events that happened, leading us to this point. However, there's one more drawing that hasn't happened yet, a picture of a cliff, where the person or thing is meeting up with the others. We make our way to the location where the group reveal themselves, where we demand an explanation.
Going on is that you're down there and we're up here.
To which they explain that devised a plan to kill me. Oh, one of them did. The others are confused, thinking it was just to scare me away to prevent a contract being put on themselves, since I am a monster slayer. The werewolf tries to convince the others that we are a murderer like the one who killed his partner, whilst the rock troll, Godlin and Doppler defend us, saying we can't be punished just because someone else murdered his wench. However, the werewolf says despite not being the one who did it, we still have a lot to answer for, since I have been killing a lot of Witcher contracts recently. This is when we actually get to prove our innocence based on previous contracts we had done, such as Salma, a succubus we let live, a Doppler we allowed to flee Novigrad despite being a thief for the Sky Hotel, the deal we made with Fugus to spare the village, and the Godlin in the swamp we helped retrieve his voice. All in all, we don't just kill to kill, but only complete contracts on mindless beasts. We managed to convince the other monsters.
I won't hurt you. I don't kill sentient creatures.
You lie. Every Witcher is a murderer.
I kill monsters, true. It's my job. But only when they threaten humans.
You hate us! Hate us all!
Humans hate you all. Because they don't know you. Don't know which of you are dangerous and which want to live in peace. Only Witchers stand between you and humans. We know both worlds. Protect both. We kill dangerous monsters, so the thinking ones can live in peace.
So you say now, as you stand there, scared. You know we have the upper hand.
You don't. Could have killed you all long ago if I'd wanted to.
I believe him. We should let him be.
I'm all for it. To my thinking, he's telling the truth.
Let witchy thingy go. Fools! Gullible as newborns. A just Witcher. A kind Witcher. A lying Witcher. He feigns it all. All humans lie.
But the werewolf just doesn't believe us.
You were right. Monsters are like men. Some are good, some are bad, and still others simply lost a little something from us. So you'll remember not all monsters are dangerous.
I get it. Finally, we can continue the main story, meeting Yennefer on Hindisfjall, where she confronts us on taking so long. Anyway, we're here now, so we walk into the town of Lofton, where they are mourning the dead. But of course, Yennefer doesn't care, she's on her own time, asking if they can help us look for someone who's actually alive. They say the Wild Hunt attacked the village, but very few believe them. The woman explains how they appeared out of nowhere, riding in on skeleton horses, massacring everyone in their way. We describe Ciri to them, as she does stand out with her white hair, but to no avail. They say they've buried so many people that they've all just blurred into one person. This is when a random woman steps forward and asks if she has a scar across her face. She says she did see her before the fight broke out in the stables with a man named Craven.
1,000 curses upon him.
We obviously ask about this Craven fellow, to which they say he did have a name, but he has since been banished, seen as ceasing to exist, making it illegal to speak to him, touch him, or even utter his name. We ask what someone could have done to receive such a punishment, to which they say he fled the village when the Wild Hunt attacked, which is a mortal sin in Skellige. Despite their customs, we still ask where he is, to which they reply, we've come too late, as he went alone to fight Morkvarg to redeem himself. Oh, for God's sake. So, we make our way to the garden, since we have already cleared it, and search for this man's body, where we find it in the cavern hidden under the garden. Well shit, how are we meant to get our answers now? We carry the body to Yennefer, as she's devised a plan.
Vocal cords are intact. We might still get something out of him.
Doesn't look like the talkative type.
We shall communicate with him through necromancy, a forbidden black magic.
Selene, Defrain! Selene, Davidar! Are you Craven of Lofoten?
No, I have a name. I am
What the fuck?
You died in battle. You've recovered.
Geralt, this is not the time to cheer up a corpse. A young woman, ashen hair, green eyes. What happened to her?
He starts to geek out, saying that's why they cursed him, telling us how it all went down, where he meets the mysterious elf who has been helping Ciri, and demands that he helps them, to which he does. Well, this mysterious elf tells Ciri to meet him beneath the drowned dead rock, and Skjal, the name of this man, helps Ciri recover from her wounds, where Ciri goes on a recovery arc, going into saunas, drinking herbal tea, and ice plunges. Where Ciri and Skjal start to have a little romance, and this is when the Wild Hunt arrives, managing to make their way to the horse stables and escaping to drowned dead rock, where Skjal defended her. Skjal manages to divert the hunt away, but notices the mysterious elf fighting with Ciri, so he chases after them to save her, getting cut down by a Wild Hunt commander, where something strange happens. Wait, is that fucking Uma? Yennefer ends the necromancy, seemingly causing Skjal a lot of pain, and due to it being black magic, it doesn't come at no cost. Yennefer has been using the garden's sacred power to bring Skjal back, thus killing the entire garden forever, meaning we are now banished from Hindisfjall. We tell Yennefer that we've actually met the creature before, back in Velen, and since that's our only lead, we may as well retrieve him and find out what he knows. Yennefer points out that thing, Umar, may actually be Ciri, who has been transformed under a curse. Whether she is or not, we can be sure that Ciri is no longer in Skellige, meaning we should head back to the mainland continent, as we've exhausted all the trial in Skellige. This is where Yennefer makes a request. There's one more thing she wants to do before we return, and tells us to meet her in Larvik. So we do, where she tells us she knows of a djinn in Skellige, so strap in for some lore. Djinns are basically powerful genies granting the host wishes that it must complete, whether that's in its own devious or honest way. But in the past we've ran into a djinn before, where Yennefer was trying to steal its power to become even more powerful, almost dying in the process. Geralt manages to become the host of the djinn, asking for his wish, asking it to tie his and Yennefer's fate together, manipulating the djinn into letting Yennefer survive, but this time in the sake that she may use it to defeat the Wild Hunt. So we go to a ship and set sail to the last known place of the djinn, diving into shipwrecks, hoping to find a clue on its whereabouts. After searching a few sites, we realise that the ocean is a huge crater, finding half of the broken seal, returning it to Yennefer, who can teleport us to the other piece, where it teleports us to the top of the Skellige Mountains. But before we continue, Geralt has a sneaky suspicion that this isn't about power to help defeat the Wild Hunt, and asks for the truth. She explains that, due to his wish 20 years ago, they've not been able to escape the fate that they will always return to each other. And she grows tired of wondering if it's true feelings or if it's fate's say-so. She wants to use the djinn to lift Geralt's wish, to see if they still matter to each other, or become strangers now that fate isn't holding them together. So we accept, because we too are curious, finding the ship at the top of the mountain, leading us to the other half of the seal, where Yennefer tries to tame the djinn, and we of course have to fight it.
Got you! Your master died before uttering his last wish. I cannot capture you. We can struggle like this for eternity, or I can release you. If you do one thing for me. Do you see the spell that binds us? Only a djinn can remove another djinn's spell. Remove this one and you'll be free.
Ending the wish that binds both of them together. But although the wish has been lifted, Yennefer admits to feeling the same.
Jinn might have cheated us after all.
Why?
Because I don't feel that anything's changed either.
Solidifying after 20 years that the djinn's wish wasn't what held them together.
My, it's lovely.
I think the spirits of Skellige favor us.
But now that we've done all we can in Skellige, it's finally time to complete every single undiscovered location. And I must admit, this was the worst part of the entire 100% playthrough. Not because it took multiple days to do, but also the fact that if I died at any point, bear in mind I'm playing on deathmatch difficulty, I would lose all the progress I had made. And don't get me started on the fact that almost half of the locations are in the middle of the sea, swarmed by harpies, destroying your ship. And if that was to happen, because believe me, it did, I'd either have to swim all the way back to shore, which took forever, because you can't fast travel, or voluntarily drown myself, losing all the progress I had made. Anyway, that's the rant over. Here's the montage that took me days.
You say slow down. I don't like to move too fast. It drowns the truth with things that are not real, and I really want us to be real with love that lasts. In the past I messed up, gave too much. What is it with time? Why can't we unwind? And all the hurt we deal with, I wanna leave my cares behind.
Well, that was fun. Let's go retrieve Uma. We go to the Bloody Baron. Oh, damn, I forgot. We talk to the sergeant who is now in charge of Crow's Perch and ask him if we can take Uma off his hands. To which he replies he's in charge now and we need his permission to take Uma, not just storm in and demand.
Not about to ask for anything. I'm telling you, you can try to stop me. But then I'll bring your enlightened reign to an end, an abrupt and premature end.
Think you got me shaking in my boots?
You sure as hell should be.
Fine. Cripple's not worth no blood. See the groom.
Good job, Gelt's good with his words. I would have just said please. Retrieving Uma fairly easily.
This here's Roach. What the? Quit playing around. Let's go.
And make our way to Karamor.
Looks like we got company. What do you want?
The Emperor's displeased with you.
Then he ought to ask somebody else for help.
The Emperor does not ask anyone for anything. You will ride with us to Vitsima.
Sure about that?
Don't even try.
Fine. Lead the way.
Never mind then. Isn't like we were going to do something important anyway. We go and catch up with Amir, where he demands that we report to him on where we're up to on finding Ciri. Where we explain that this fine, distinguished thing is the key to finding her. He explains how he gives us 3 separate trails as fresh as morning dew, the aid of his spies and court wizards, all the resources we could have ever desired to find his daughter. But instead, we arrive with this thing. We obviously defend ourselves, saying he tasked us with an impossible mission, as Ciri can literally teleport and in a trail at any given moment. To which, surprisingly, Amir actually shows some compassion, saying that he knows he gives us a difficult task. However, he is the king of the biggest empire the world has ever seen, commands armies in the tens of thousands, whilst at war with other nations. And whilst doing all of this, the nobles and trade corporation seek to depose him. So no, we cannot seek forgiveness due to it being a hard task. So we tell him everything we know so far. That Ciri's first reappearance was in Skylager with a mysterious mage, where the Wild Hunt tracked them down, forcing them to flee to Velen, where this mysterious mage was separated from Ciri, who managed to escape the 3 crones in Crookback Bog, making her way to the Bloody Baron, who helped her get to Novigrad, where Ciri crossed a few of the city's underground bosses, where she had to flee back to Skylager, and this is where she met back up with the mysterious mage, where the Wild Hunt found her yet again, but this time they fled out to sea. And this thing, Uma, was the only thing on the boat when it returned back to shore, and tell him that this monstrosity might well be his daughter, deformed by a curse. Yennefer says she can lift the curse, but needs to know the words used to cast it.
Vafel Elen, Kedmil Foli, Gladiv Dorn Eptened, Bandro Ithne Iacus. Dandelion told me.
Well, good job Geralt remembered that, because I didn't. Luckily, saying those words proved to Amir that we're at least trying to find Ciri, making more progress than his spies ever did.
I give you half the promised reward. You will receive the other
when you bring me Ciri.
And agree to meet Yennefer at Kaer Morhen, unlocking the last location in the main story.
The fortress? Someone's been slacking off.
Entering the Witcher School, meeting none other than the goat himself, who we started this journey with, Vesemir. We introduce him to our new companion. He's got heart. Where he examines Uma and tells us Yennefer was right about it.
Thing sure isn't pretty.
He tells us that Yennefer has sent Eskel and Lambert on some more important matters.
Teleports in, not even a nice to see you, jumps right into a we've a curse to lift, there's this to do and that. So Eskel and Lambert get going.
And apparently went straight to the guest bedroom and threw out the bed off the balcony.
Shame. That was a good bed.
Said the same myself. Solid oak frame, down mattress. Triss always said she... Ah, now I see.
It's either that, or Yen really hates oak furniture.
Good one, Geralt. Vesemir tells us Yennefer sent Eskel to go slay the forktail we saw on the way into Kaer Morhen, as she needs to distill some ingredients from its organs. And that Lambert is preparing to venture into the mountains to enrich the phylactery we got from Whoreson Jr., to enrich it with elemental power. So, before going to help anyone, we decide to talk to Uma, asking if he knows who Ciri is.
I'm looking for Ciri.
Oh yeah, he can't talk. So we decide to ask him another thing. Is there anything we can help him with? Well, this is just pointless. What is this? Do universals exist as real and distinct entities?
Do you think universals exist as real and distinct entities, or only as mental constructs? So do I.
That was definitely worth the time. Now, let's go find Eskel, who we find by following the scent of forktail bait.
Good to finally see you again.
We have a short catch-up with Eskel, but of course, this is The Witcher, and nothing ever goes smoothly. This is when the forktail finally arrives. And collect the ingredients we need. Next, we make our way to Lambert, who has been tasked to fill the phylactery as it's essential to lift the curse, which he isn't too thrilled about due to it being the path to the circle, where we'll have to gather the power. However, it isn't just a normal walk in the park, not due to the monsters we'll encounter along the way, but being the same path of the Trial of the Medallion, one of the tormenting trials all witches had to complete at a young age. We make our way to a boat that Lambert had tied up, where he makes a few comments regarding the trial all those years ago.
Damn it! Moored it right here, I swear.
Line must have come loose.
Really? Here I thought the boat untied itself to go for a jaunt on its own.
We managed to track down where the boat drifted off to and get ready to set sail into the cavern, where we'll have to climb Troll's Head.
Still gives me the shivers, though. You know, only 2 boys returned from my group.
You were the ones who ran into old Spear Tip in the caverns, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's still gnawing at you?
Gnawing? No. Straight old pisses me off. What the fuck was that trial for? Most who returned from the Circle of Elements died within a year in some swamp, hunting drowners for Crown 30 a head. So exactly what was the point?
Ought to ask Vesemir.
After Lambert vents about how tormenting the trials were just to die to monsters, we set sail across the lake, where we pass time by being a poet.
Fog's thick as curdled milk.
Never took you for a poet.
Oh, but I am one. Want to hear a limerick?
Sure.
Lambert, what a prick.
Not bad.
Making it to the cavern.
Ready for the caverns?
Almost. Before we go inside.
Ugh, drink a dose of cat, I know. Any more words of wisdom? Like, step softly or you'll wake old Spear Tip?
Sheesh, you're pricklier than Yen.
Ugh, don't fall in love with me. Let's go.
Hear that? Sounds like a kid.
You know this valley's uninhabited except for us. It's gotta be an illusion.
What if it's not?
Whatever you want to do.
We may as well investigate because we are monster hunters, right? Making a quick detour and actually finding a child, which turns out to be an illusion set by a group of foglets to lure us out, which is quite unsettling since the boy was one of the witches who must have died during the trial, meaning those foglets remembered his voice and appearance for all these years. Entering the cavern where we are instantly met by a high wall.
Oh, you fat fuck.
Travelling through the cave where we see none other than good old Speartip, asleep. Managing to easily get past without waking him up, finding the exit at the top, leading us to Troll's Head, where two trolls are looking down at us. Come on, what did you expect? It's literally called Troll's Head. They tell us to leave as this is a troll mountain, not a witcher mountain. How stupid of me. We tell them that we need to pass, as we need to make it to the circle, and won't cause them any harm. But of course, Lambert being Lambert, loses his cool and aggravates the trolls.
Enough! Out of my way, dimwits, or I'll grind you to gravel. Understand?
They understood all right. Congrats.
Quickly running for shelter into another cave, where the trolls are waiting for us on the other side. The trolls express some anger by saying when he throws a rock at us, it means you can't come through, and not you may walk through. We tell him regardless, we have to make it to the circle of element.
Chat, cause it's not getting us anywhere.
I'm talking. Fact is, you know as much about negotiating as they do about grammar.
And decide to leave our swords with him to prove that we won't harm them. Making our way to the circle, light the torches around the altar where we place the phylactery. And wait, passing the time by exchanging some stories with Lambert.
Sense a good story coming.
One of the best. A couple of road robbers stopped me. One pointed a crossbow at me, and the other started rummaging through my satchel. I made the man with the crossbow shoot his friend, and then hang himself.
Wow, truly great story.
Isn't it? Real side splitter, I think.
Tell me, you always been such a cynical bastard?
Where he vents about how his father sold him off, sealing his fate to become a witcher, and starts to tell us how he got his revenge with another gruesome story. But before he can get into too much detail, the phylactery finishes charging, meaning now we have officially completed the task Yennefer had given to Lambert and Eskel. But before reporting back to Yennefer, we may as well clear what we can in Kaer Morhen, finding Osmund's notes, the witcher we helped free from the Red Miasmal, as well as collecting the Wolf Witcher school gear, finding the first few diagrams at the top of an old tower where we have to jump into a portal. Well, shit. Right, let's try that again, shall we? Teleporting us into an underground cavern with the diagrams, and finding the other diagrams in a Witcher training ground where countless children died training to become a Witcher. Clearing the undiscovered locations throughout Kaer Morhen before we go and see Yennefer.
Damned crystal!
Heard about the bed. Really prefer to sleep on the floor? Wouldn't recommend it. That stone can get awfully chilly.
Frankly, I prefer a chill to bedding littered with red hair.
So upset about Triss you gotta take it out on the furniture?
Would you prefer I take it out some other way? Geralt, I don't want to seem like a vindictive shrew, but that very bed is where you just happened to fuck a dear friend of mine. Yes, I know, you'd lost your memory. Whatever. Let us agree that I will refrain from scolding you while you will stop mentioning that stupid bed. Agreed?
Agreed.
Asking what we need to do to lift the curse. She says that a megascope has been acting up recently due to an energy source disturbing it, causing the crystals to malfunction, giving us this funky thing to locate where the disturbance is coming from.
Grasp it firmly, move it around, and the louder it squeals, the closer you are. Spare me your juvenile wit, please.
Geralt, you dirty dog. We use the whatever it says, to zone in on where the energy source is coming from, leading us to a box of crates full of dimeritium bombs. And for those who don't know what dimeritium is, it's a material in the Witcher universe that drains magical energy. We clear them and report back to Yennefer, and use the megascope to contact one of Yennefer's sage friends to ask about this curse, where she tells us that the words used to cast this curse are elder speech, which we obviously don't understand. She tells us she has heard of these words before, but only in legends, where she tells Yennefer some magical shit on how to do it, but says it doesn't guarantee that it'll work, as these curses may have bad endings.
Thank you, Ensavern. Vafael,
That does not conclude our conversation. The time of the white frost and white light is nigh.
And the world will perish amidst ice. I know Ithleen's prophecy.
I don't doubt you know it, but do you understand it? The Elder Blood can initiate the final age, the time of the end, or stop it. Remember this, Gwynblade, for you will be the one to determine if the seed bursts into flames.
So, strapping for some more lore. During the conversation, they mentioned an event in history called the Migration. A long time ago, an ancient elven race called the En Undod got split in half by the Cataclysm, splitting them into two separate factions, the En Se and the NL. And this language used to cast this curse predates this separation, meaning that this curse is very old. Despite this, we still have all the pieces we need to lift the curse. And get ready to begin. Where Yennefer begins to order around the witches again, where Vesemir tells her last time he checked, he's the one who gives out the orders around here, and says they're still willing to help, however she hasn't deigned to inform them on what her plan is.
But it's not safe, is it? Just as I thought.
Vesemir is the only person I've ever seen shut down Yennefer. This is when Vesemir uses his old age wisdom to say there is an alternative method we could use, derived from a folk tradition that he's used many times and worked, where he'll take Uma into the mountains, lay him down on a gravestone, and when midnight arrives, he'll give him herbal tea. But doesn't explain the rest, as he's the leader in this castle and doesn't need to explain himself.
In my opinion.
I know your opinion, but I'm not asking anyone's permission. I'm saying what will happen. I'll be back at dawn with Uma or whoever hides inside him.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Taking Uma on his way.
So, got the evening off. What do we do with it?
Vesemir mentioned some roof beams in the tower need replacing. Maybe we could see to that. Or we could have a drink.
Sounds a lot better than the beams.
Wouldn't mind a shot myself, or two.
Do as you will. But in a moment, Geralt and I must talk.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. Making our way back to the table, where all the witches and Yennefer decide to catch up, where she starts to tell them what her plan was going to be. She was going to subject Uma to the trial of the grasses.
You'll fucking what?
A trial that turned the children into the witches, and most notably, the worst of all the trials, forcing their body to change, causing tormenting pain. However, Yennefer can use the first half of the trial to mould Uma back into his old self. After this, Yennefer decides that she'll go to bed, leaving the witches to have a real party. Playing Never Have I Ever, comforting each other.
Bud, gotta tell you something.
Yeah?
Sometimes you're real jackass, but I love you, brother.
And sometimes you're a real blowhard. But damn it, I'd go to hell and back for you. Come here, yo!
And waking up on the floor the next day. Vesemir explains whilst he was doing the goose chase for Yennefer, he examined Uma, noticing that every now and then, for a brief moment, Uma would act different, pausing for moments and starting to move differently. He induced him into a trance, to no avail. Not at first, anyway. As Uma drops into a deep sleep, he heard another person's voice sigh. However, his plan failed, meaning our only other option is to use the trial of the grasses, crafting the decoction and getting ready to start the trial, placing the decoction and administering the first part of the process.
The hookweed work?
If it hadn't, the pain would have sent him into shock, killed him.
So, everything's going smoothly?
No, but it's within known norms.
Administering the second part of the process.
I'd hoped I would never have to watch this again.
Why'd you keep the table then?
And finally, the last part.
O-E-C-K, Finn.
What now?
Now we wait for the potions to do their work. Might take a day, might take more.
Yennefer explains that she'll have to hold this spell until the transformation is complete, as Uma's body is not as resilient as a young Witcher candidate. And begin to scrub the sick off the floor, where Eskel reminds us that if this is Ciri in there, she could come out deformed, emotionless, or even die. However, we didn't have a choice.
Not anymore, we don't. But we rushed it. Should have started by...
Gentlemen, the floor's as clean as it'll ever be, and I need to be wiped down as well. No offense, but I'd rather Geralt did it.
Understood. I'd prefer that too.
After a few hours, Uma starts to calm down, gurgling on his own insides, as his body is disintegrating from the inside, and once complete, she'll have to reform it, or he'll die. After a few more hours, Yennefer starts to get a bit drained from constantly casting this spell. So we tell her a story about a time Geralt and Ciri went ice skating.
The winter she trained here. A couple months in, she started complaining I was too harsh a teacher. Brushed it off at first, then she asked me to go skating with her. Didn't really want to. I'd never been before. But she insisted. As soon as we hit the ice, she started skating circles around me, hollering, "No, not like that. Footwork. One, then the other. Crossover. No, wrong. Break with the heel of your skate, not the toes." Needless to say, from then on...
He's awake. It's time. Time to lift the curse. Prepare the phylactery. Never severe. Caniatad, Nevid, Savir, Hawal, Arriva, Endir. No, I won't let you. Geralt, yellow flask, in my satchel.
Quiet. Listen.
Koal, Kaniatad.
Nevid Severe, Koal, Kaniatad. Nevid, Kariva, Endir. Geralt, the phylactery, open it. Kanitad, Taran Anade, Dis.
Avalok?
You know him?
Yes. An elf. And hell. A sage.
Where is Ciri?
The Isle of Mists. But it's not. She's not safe. The hunt.
And even though he's just had a brutal curse lifted, Geralt gets straight to asking the questions, asking what the hunt want with Ciri, where Avalak says they want her for her elder blood to open a gate. Also asking where the Isle of Mist is, where Ciri is being kept.
Everywhere. And nowhere.
Listen, Sage. We didn't lift that curse to play riddles with you.
Saying some elven wizard shit, revealing a ball of light. Telling us to follow it into the mist in Skellige, but warns us as soon as we find her, the Wild Hunt will know, finally setting off to retrieve Ciri. But before we go, the other witches demand an explanation, asking how we know Avalak and why Ciri has been with him, to which Geralt replies he's no friend. Vesemir explains that once we retrieve Ciri, then what? The Wild Hunt knows exactly where we are, leading to Ciri having to go into hiding yet again.
We'll be waiting for them, swords in hand.
Yes. Time we, the hunted, became the hunters. Geralt will find Ciri and bring her here, and the hunt will follow. They'll expect to catch us by surprise, and they'll be sorely disappointed.
That's why he's the goat! The goat!
Yennefer obviously points out how we five are going to even fend off an entire army from another world in a castle that is falling apart. Vesemir says we don't have a choice besides delaying the inevitable, where Lambert actually makes a smart suggestion for once in his life, and says we could round up a few of our OP friends to help us fight the Wild Hunt. And of course, you already know Keira Metz and Lefo. They will also help as we sent them to Kaer Morhen. Whilst we do this, Yennefer will try to bring Avalak back to full strength, whilst Vesemir has a few tricks up his sleeves to greet our uninvited guests.
Good luck, Wolf, and give Cirilla our love.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me.
And set on our way to gather some allies, starting with our good old friend Zoltan.
You'll have me and my axe.
Asking Dijkstra,
the Wild Hunt. Don't tell me you believe that nonsense.
Who doesn't help us as we didn't find his treasure, but it's okay because he doesn't come to Kaer Morhen anyway. And Roach.
Didn't turn your back on me when I was in need. It's only fair I do the same.
Making our way to Skellige to ask Krakon Crate.
Bring her here, and we'll face them in battle.
And risk your men's lives. Kaer Morhen, we fight them there, nowhere else.
Kaer Morhen is hundreds of miles away. To move an army there would take weeks, not to mention I'd expose the Isles to Nilfgaard's blows. Geralt, forgive me, but I cannot do it.
I understand. Won't take up any more of your time. Farewell.
Wait. Won't let you leave empty-handed. I'll help as I can. Come with me.
Who gives us his legendary ancestral sword, the new Queen Cerys.
I can't leave the Isles now. It's impossible. What I can do is give you my best warrior, Hjalmar.
And finally, Ermion.
I see. I shall pack immediately. Leave tomorrow at the latest.
Now that we've asked all of Geralt's friends, there's another not-so-nice person who is very powerful, Emir van Emmeris.
Find out where Ciri is.
Finally. I'd begun to doubt the wisdom of enlisting you. Bring her here at once.
The Wild Hunt's pursuing her. Kaer Morhen's the only place she'll be safe.
That was not a suggestion. I can defend my own daughter.
I don't doubt it. Against conventional foes, the Wild Hunt's different. Facing it here would put Vizima at risk. Hundreds of innocents could die. Kaer Morhen is in a wilderness, and your army stands to be far more helpful there.
Agreed. I shall send a banner with you. On one condition. General Voris will lead it.
Can't agree to that.
And I cannot agree to witches commanding my troops.
Well, I'm not about to give in. You don't look it either.
Well, since that was pointless, we upgrade all our potions to the highest level, finally making our way to the Isle of Mist, releasing the Firefly and following it to the Isle. Leading us to a small island where a hut resides.
Damn. I'm not gonna hurt you. Open up.
Oh, you blew our fucking cover.
We tell whoever is inside that we are looking for Ciri, where another voice tells us how they survived a shipwreck and took shelter here where beasts appeared and ate some of the lads. They seem to think we are a demon trying to lure them out and say they'll only trust us if we recover 3 of their missing crew. So we go on our way searching through the Isle, finding Ivo atop a tall rock hiding from a lot of monsters. Killing them where he expresses how happy he is to finally see a human.
Nice to see you.
I talked to your friends. Come down.
Right. I'm coming. You lucky devil, you. You know, I've one regret. That...
Dead.
Well, no shit, Geralt. Well, there's still 2 others we can find, at least. Making our way to the lighthouse to find Gaspard, who's asleep. He tells us that they're part of a trading company, and his nickname is Sleepy.
I even slept through that storm. It's a shame so many died.
Anyway, we tell him we have to return him to his friends and set off on our way. Obviously, getting attacked, where he falls asleep on the floor. And after that annoyingly happened about 5 times, we finally make it to the hut and set off to find the last crew member, Fenric.
One of the missing dwarves. Shane is dead.
Oh. Not a great success rate, but we return to the hut yet again, where they open the door. They apologise for not trusting us, where we tell them that we have a boat and we'll take them back only if they tell us what they know about Ciri.
Dreadful sorry.
What do you mean?
She's cold. Spirits left her.
Must have passed shortly before we found her.
Let's wait by the boat.
Catching up with Ciri, where she mentions Avallac'h helped her before the curse took him. So we tell her that we actually lifted this curse, and that is at Kaer Morhen. We obviously ask if we can trust him, as he's no friend of Geralt's, to which she says he's never let her down to date. We ask why he's even helping her, as Avallac'h's part of the Red Riders, a group associated with the Wild Hunt. To which she replies he doesn't actually care about her, but it's her power, and he doesn't want the Wild Hunt to use it, and wants to help her understand how to control her abilities and ensure Eredin, the leader of the Wild Hunt, doesn't get his hands on her, as Eredin's homeworld faces annihilation from the prophecy of the White Frost, and wants to cause another conjunction of spheres, allowing all of them to merge into this world, enslaving the humans. She explains that after she parted ways with Geralt all those years ago, the Wild Hunt and Red Riders hunted her down, where she fled through many worlds, where one day Avallac'h appeared, where he took Ciri into a world Eredin couldn't find her, for a while. She explains while she dreamed on this isle, she kept returning to this tower. Nightmares led her to this tower, even good dreams led her to it. After the catch up, we tell her that the dwarves are probably getting a bit antsy, waiting for us. Although her teleporting us would be a lot quicker, it'd tell Eredin exactly where we are instantly, and make our way to the boat.
Damn. Listen, we gotta think of a way to...
Making it back to Kaer Morhen, although the Wild Hunt will now know exactly where we are, where Ciri is happy to see Vesemir the goat.
What?
Where Triss also appears.
Little sis.
And Vesemir tells us everyone we asked has arrived, getting us a very important trophy. Having an awkward moment with Triss and Yennefer.
Time's short. Wild Hunt will be here soon.
Well played, Geralt. Walking through Kaer Morhen, seeing all of our allies. Hjalmar, who brings Folan, the man we saved from the trolls. Zoltan, who brings a lot of explosives. Ermion, who manages to plant some druid traps. Roach, who brings Ves, and by the way have planted hundreds of spike traps like it's Vietnam, as well as Lefo, who has a bit of history with these, as he did kill their king. And of course, Keira Metz, Master of Illusion. So it's time for a speech.
Thank you for coming. The Wild Hunt will be here soon. They're coming for Ciri. Want to take her? We'll stop them.
How do you even know the Hunt will show?
They always know where I teleport to, and they move from place to place in an instant.
So what's our plan?
Aradin, the king of the Hunt. He's confident. He'll strike hard, hoping to defeat us with the force of the blow alone. We've got to take the initiative away from him, foil his plan.
I'll generate a magic dome over the fortress. It will scatter them, force them to land in the woods.
If they're dispersed out in the woods, we could hunt down small groups of riders.
Got our first volunteer for the hunting party. I'm the second.
Count me in too. Always believed attack is the best defense.
Oh my god, he's so goddamn cool!
The Hunt will try to penetrate into the fortress through navigator portals. I can do nothing against this kind of magic, so you'll need to find and close as many as you can while hunting in the woods.
Lambert will make us dimeridium bombs. Remember the formula?
Of course.
Excellent. Erden should work on the portals as well. I shall also give you each an amulet. Snap them in half and you'll become invisible, at least while you remain still or move slowly. Move abruptly, engage any foes, clash with them, and they will see you. Apart from that, they will be able to hear you and smell you. If you come across a large unit, do not attack. Signal Triss and she will provide support.
I'll look for your signal. As soon as I see it, I'll rain fire on the forest.
Ciri's most important in all of this. The Hunt's after her, and we have to defend her at all costs.
What do I do?
Stay inside the keep. If they break through, come inside. We'll all converge to help you.
Out of the question. I can look after myself.
No one doubts that, child. But remember the most important moment when hunting a monster?
Wait for an opportunity.
After the council, I'll give you an amulet. If you use it, a ball of fire will land where you're standing, just in case.
Remember, there's only a few of us. We have to help each other, work together. If anything goes wrong and the Hunt puts us on the defensive, we pull back, make a stand at the gates of the fortress. The inner courtyard is our last line of defense. If we don't stop them there, we're doomed. What else do we have that we can use?
Since you plan to ambush the Hunt in the woods, I could dig some trapping pits, blue stripe style.
Meaning?
Deep as the dark abyss, bottoms bristling with sharpened stakes.
I brought this Mahakaman mix. Flammable as bone-dry saltpeter and ploughing sticks to everything. We fill some barrels, stack them in a narrow passage, and fire them up at an opportune moment.
You know, we stand on a vast deposit of gas. If need be, I could open cracks in the earth, create explosions. I would need to prepare, though.
Let's sum up. Yennefer will create a magic barrier to repel the main assault. That should push the opposing force into the woods, where Lambert, Geralt, and Letha will be waiting. They'll use dimeridium to close the navigator's portals, stop as many warriors as possible from entering the fortress. Triss will be waiting for their signal, then give the riders hell. All others will repel any foes who make it inside the fortress walls.
If anything goes wrong, we abandon the outer courtyard, pull back to the keep. Remember, Aradin can't get his hands on Ciri. That's most important. Let's look at the map of the fortress, figure out the details. I'm exposing you all to danger, unnecessarily.
You worry too much. Wipe that frown off your face, we'll make it.
Thanks for everything.
I'll saddle the horses. Come once you're ready to head into the woods.
Now, let's finally show the Wild Hunt what we're made of, telling Ciri to stay in the castle at all costs before setting off.
Everything will be all right.
Where everyone is getting ready.
See that? It's starting. Woods, now.
And the Wild Hunt arrives. Yennefer sets up a force field, stopping the Wild Hunt's frost from getting in, whilst we wait for the first troops to pick off, whilst Triss rains literal meteors on them, closing the portals with dimeritium bombs, killing what's left. Where Geralt spots a Wild Hunt commander, Imlerith.
See the commander? Name's Imlerith. I remember him from back when I rode the hunt.
Gonna try to kill him.
Too risky.
Pansy.
Calling Triss to strike. Meanwhile, Ciri obviously ignored our orders because she noticed Triss didn't answer the signal. And dealing with the Wild Hunt that have penetrated inside, allowing her to finally respond to the signal.
Geralt! Head back.
Heading back to the castle. Wait, what? Roach almost died. Imagine Triss literally killed us. Finally, making it to the castle, where we all regroup, fighting off even more of the Wild Hunt, closing the portals. Managing to close the castle gates before Imlerith can enter. Where Lambert gets overrun by the Wild Hunt.
Lambert, damn it! Stay with us!
Falling back to the inner keep.
Heads up!
Facing what Wild Hunt remained inside.
Where's Esco? Damn it!
You agreed he'd open that gate.
Hasn't done it yet. Means
he'll be fine.
Vesco, we have to retreat. He's in trouble. I'm going to help him. Remember the stone I gave you.
Where the navigator somehow makes it inside.
I can do it too.
Bro, what the fuck was that horn? Dealing with the other Wild Hunt raiders, finally opening the gate for the others.
Escos, open the gate! We can retreat beyond it!
Fall back! You're not supposed to be out here.
Too late now.
They're coming in through the gaps! Time iridium bombs. You'll find more in the crates by the walls.
Having our final standoff, closing all the portals yet again before they breach the last door.
forbid you!
You always were an unruly child. I adored that about you. Now fly!
We break through the ice as the Wild Hunters finally left with their white frost, making our way to Yennefer, where Geralt sees what had happened. Where Ciri starts to blame herself for not being able to save Vesemir, and we obviously comfort her as the whole thing was a bit mad, and actually tell her that if it weren't for her, we'd all freeze to death.
Vesemir's funeral. We should prepare.
Having Vesemir's funeral where everyone shows their respect to the goat of all witches, and say our final goodbyes to the man who raised all the remaining witches of the Wolf School.
No Witcher's ever died in his own bed.
don't know how it is to see someone you love die. Because of you. For you.
We all knew what we were signing up for.
Yes. And you saved me. For how long? A week? A month?
We'll hide you, cover your tracks.
No. I will flee no more.
For those who remain, death should never take precedence over life. Pay your last respects to your friend. Then we must hold council.
We speak to everyone at the funeral to thank them, where Eskel says Kaer Morhen is officially dead, and it's time the witch has moved on, and says he'll find somewhere else to stay this winter. Ermion and Hjalmar tell us Skellige still stands with Geralt, and if we need their help when the time arrives, don't fret to ask. Also thanking Vernon, Roach and Bess for risking their lives, where they'll go back to plotting their revolution against King Radovid. Keira Metz, who says she'll be leaving with Lambert? Ooh. Zoltan, who is eager for revenge and mentions we have to counterattack instantly whilst the Wild Hunt is temporarily weak. And of course, Letho doesn't say much.
We managed.
Thanks for helping.
You're welcome.
But as we leave the funeral, we approach Avalak and thank him for everything he has done, where he says don't thank him yet as he'll have to take Ciri into hiding yet again until we can build a greater force, as the Wild Hunt will inevitably return. Triss obviously points out that we brought our most OP allies and still lost. This is where Yennefer proposes the idea that we can't rely on just friends, but instead we'll have to rely on the help of enemies too. Magic is our best defense against the Wild Hunt, so she proposes that we ask the Lodge of Sorceresses to help, a group of powerful sorceresses that Yennefer, Triss and Keira Metz were formerly part of, before they went into hiding, that is. But Ciri starts to storm over, grieving the loss of Vesemir, and angrily states that we are yet again making plans without her say-so, and won't go into hiding again. So I agree with her, because she literally is the most powerful person in the Witcher series. But of course, Avalak says although she is powerful, she's too powerful, and actually is a danger to herself and everyone around her until she's able to control her abilities.
First of all, bollocks.
So Ciri storms off. Whoa, did you see that? At this point, a few days has passed, where Ciri is training to control her powers with Avalak. However, is still frustrated by the battle, so she asks us, how do we do it? How do we always stay so calm? Because Geralt's a goddamn legend. I mean, we tell her about an ancient method, one that was used for centuries to help lift spirits.
Skellige druids have used it for centuries. It always works.
Hey! You'll regret that.
And have a snowball fight with Ciri, which we obviously win, lifting her spirits. The next morning, Ciri wakes us up.
Geralt.
Telling us that she saddled the horses as we need to leave immediately, because we need to make our way to Velen and climb Bald Mountain, as it's only a few days until the Witches' Sabbath, a festival the peasants hold for their gods. And she tells us that they'll have a special guest of honor.
Dunno. Enlighten me.
Imlerith.
The man who murdered Vesemir. We obviously ask her where she got this information, to which she says Avalak told her, as he rode with the Wild Hunt for a long time, and his knowledge alone can tip the scales. And she wishes to avenge Vesemir, which I think we all do. Okay, now this is where I made the worst blunder of my life, and for some reason I must have gotten distracted whilst playing the game, missing this quick time event, annoyingly sealing my fate to an ending I didn't want. So for the Witcher fans out there that know what I've done, I'm sorry. We tell Ciri that she should finally see her father, as this may be the last time she can meet him, and that we should visit him before heading to Velen, where we head to Vizima.
Cirilla Fiona Ellen Rhiannon, Queen of Sintra, Princess of Bruges, and Duchess of Sutton, heiress to Innes Ard Skellig and Innes Anne Skellig, and suzerain of Atra and Abiara. Get used to it. Before long, every soul from Nilfgaard to the Dragon Mountains will kneel before you. I did not expect you to keep your word, Witcher.
Amir gives us a reward for keeping our word for returning Ciri to him. Which I decline, as I don't want Ciri to think I just sold her out.
Didn't come to collect on a deal. You asked me to bring your daughter here. I did just that. Ciri will hear you out, then we leave.
Where we have to talk to this guy, while Ciri talks to her father, where she storms out saying, "We are leaving," as he tried to buy his own daughter for some very sus reasons. Finally making our way to the witch's Sabbath in Velen. Ciri says she remembers the men in Crow's Perch explaining this place to be home of the ladies of the wood, and a place peasants used to fear.
Wonder how the Baron is.
Hanged himself after his wife died. Daughter's in Novigrad.
Straight to the point, I like it. We ask why would Imlerith actually be here, to which Ciri says Avalak told her that beings commune with the Enel elves and can be found in every part of our world. And the crones, the witches of Crookback Bog, do this. And apparently Eriadin himself sends Imlerith here to order the crones to keep their eyes and ears open, in case Avalak was to seek and hide out in Velen. Although this is great information, but how can we be 100% sure? To which Ciri explains, although Imlerith's strengths are that he's hot-headed and aggressive, his weaknesses are pleasures, such as alcohol and sex. So she doubts that he'll ever pass up on this opportunity. You guys remember the same crones I do, right? And set off on our way to the peak of Bald Mountain, where Ciri tells us that the peasants call this festival the Feast of Gifts. Entering the festival, where we find out quite quickly that the crones select specific people to see them every year, and no one may pass up the mountain without their say-so. So we look around some more, spotting a child, who turns out to be none other than Johnny, where he says the crones actually invited him for some peculiar reason. So we ask if he can help us climb the mountain, where he tells us where the entrance is, and that we must convince old Thekla, as she is the one with the key, where Johnny also mentions that he saw Imlerith, but advised us to stay away from him, as the crones themselves even fear him, and we know how powerful they are. So we set off yet again to find this Thekla, who turns out to be quite blind, but can sense Ciri.
Well, come on, come closer, girl. Aye. What's she like?
Narrow hips, sparkly eyes, a striking feisty lass.
Ever had a man? Oh, never mind. Got me answer. I choose you, girl. This night you shall see the ladies.
Well, that was easy.
If she goes up the mountain, I go with her.
What else has the cat dragged in?
It's grey and veiny, got a scar, and eyes like a viper.
Aye. Stinks of clotted blood and corpses. Plus it's old and infertile.
We still demand that we're going up with her no matter what, to which this amuses Thekla, and that by ancient right I have the opportunity to appeal her request. But I must complete a challenge to prove she is wrong in her judgment, where we go to a cliff edge and she shows us an old coin, the Defier's Orient, which she drops and lands in a chasm below.
Now, bring me the coin.
So we obviously don't mess around and jump straight in. Collecting the coin and begin to climb back up the mountain, where we are greeted by a fiend, so coincidentally waiting for us, killing it easily and telling her we retrieved the coin. To which she actually keeps her word and says if we show the coin to the gatekeeper, he'll know its meaning. So although I'd love to stay for all her festivities, there's an elf that needs dealing with, making it through the gate with Thekla's key, where we meet the gatekeeper himself.
What's your name, girl?
He lets Ciri through, but asks what's our business. So we show him the coin.
The Defier's Orient, a death sentence.
We was lied to.
One tough son of a bitch.
This is where Ciri says we should split up and take care of both the crones and Imlerith at once.
No chance. I'm going after Imlerith.
Fine, let's play for it. Rock, paper, scissors.
So let's finally kill these creepy witches, making it to the roots of the great tree, where we see the crones. Hey, hold on a minute. That isn't what I remember them looking like, where they're eating peasants sent up to them. Hey, yo, group, chill. That's how I remember them. I can't wait to rid the world of these creepy motherfuckers.
Child of the elder blood. We knew you would return. Your taste lingers on our tongues.
You've talked enough.
We're all good.
Although one got away, 2 out of 3 crones is better than none. Now time for Imlerith. Actually getting our last undiscovered location in Velen, since it was inaccessible before, making our way to Imlerith.
The sisters said you would come. They saw you arrive in the water's surface. They did not see the girl, but she is with you, is she not?
I'm here alone.
A lie which will change nothing. First you, then her.
Who taught you to fight like this?
The Witcher you slew.
Finally, avenging Vesemir, leaving Eridin and his navigator commander, Corinthia. And due to the crones being killed, the oak tree that resides atop the mountain perishes. So who knows how the peasants will survive now, and make our way to meet Triss and Yennefer in Novigrad. I swear we tried so hard to help Triss escape this city for just to return. Entering now dubbed the Chameleon that we helped establish, where Zoltan and Dandelion greet us, and ask Dandelion where Triss and Yennefer are as they were getting the remnants of the lodge. He tells us that Triss is upstairs waiting for us, and Yennefer went to crippled Kate's for some reason. He says that Avalak kept asking him when we'd arrive, so we should probably speak to him as well. Well, we've got a busy day on our hands, so since she's the closest thing, we go to Triss and ask about the lodge, to which she says it's not good. Ida outright refused, Francesca won't reveal herself with the war raging on, and Fringilla hasn't even been contacted. Geralt asks about a few more, but we haven't found them yet. She says Yennefer is looking into Rita's whereabouts, and that Triss will look into Philippa, as we know that Philippa was convinced to turn into an owl where her former lover trapped her with a Dimeritian band around her leg, leaving her unable to transform back. However, somehow, Zoltan managed to stumble upon owning this owl, if you remember, but lost her in a card game, and our only lead is this feather. But since that's an obvious dead end, we go to Yennefer. She explains how she's managed to find out Margarita's in prison in Oxenfurt, and that she's here in the brothel because she knows a man who's recently escaped, where the man walks in, so we approach him.
Damn!
Best run and get him.
Chasing the man through Novigrad City, finally catching him. He explains that he ran out because he thought we were hired mercenaries sent to get him. We ask how he escaped, to which he says he played dead. They used to throw the bodies through the sewers, and that's how he escaped. However, of course, they've now closed that sewer.
But they burn the corpses.
They didn't start burning them until they'd learned an old fellow like myself had escaped.
So theoretically, we could get in the way you got out.
Assuming we don't mind the company of decomposing corpses.
Yennefer uses her elite ball knowledge to say Oxenfurt is built on top of elven ruins, and if we can somehow find a way into them, it would almost definitely lead into the sewer. However, he also mentions he knows when the guards get drunk, and it'd help us get in more smoothly if they were all under the influence. And we know just the man for the job.
Zoltan.
Get up!
Telling him to load a cart with as much Mahakaman as he can find and set off to Oxenfurt. Zoltan says he'll help, but the witch hunters. Ever since all the mages fled the city, they've resorted to killing and capturing anything that's even remotely non-human. And he is a dwarf after all. We point out that if it's common knowledge these elven ruins connect to the sewers, won't the guards have already blocked it? But apparently Oxenfurt's higher-ups made it their mission to eradicate any knowledge of the elven roots, as it goes against everything they stand for. Yennefer gives us this device, which will pinpoint my location, and to use it when we find Rita, and set off to the elven ruins, travelling through until we find an entrance into the prison, stealthily taking out the guards, locating the sorceresses.
Margarita.
Who's that?
Who seem to think we aren't real. This is when she reveals that another sorceress is in the prison, but is dying.
The warden keeps them with him at all times. His room is upstairs.
Be right back.
Killing the warden for the key and returning, summoning Yennefer with the device that she gave us, reuniting her with her sisters.
When I get my hands on the sons of bitches.
Yenna, I shan't make it.
Hold on. You must hold on.
I'm dying, Yenna. I'm a sorceress. Let me die with dignity.
Yen, get Rita out of here.
Geralt.
Yenna, For once, don't argue with him.
I can't pass through the portal with you both. You'll need to get out on your own.
Don't like portals anyway. Go.
Funny. There was a time I'd have asked you not to do this.
No, you'd never have asked. You're too proud.
Damn, I don't miss these witch hunters, man. Probably the worst enemies in the game. So, to get vengeance for Sheila, we run into the courtyard and ending what witch hunters remained. Now that everyone in the prison is pretty much dead, we simply just leave. Don't mind me just directly walking out of the prison. That's one sorceress found that we've recruited, so we return to Triss, where she casts a revealing spell on the water, which reveals where Philippa could be.
It's close.
Looks familiar. A bathhouse. I know the place.
Heading to the bathhouse.
Surrender! This place is a maze, witch! You'll never get out!
Where Dijkstra is having a dispute with Philippa, fighting some goons that she's mind controlling before catching up to her in the sewer.
I want to help you!
Forgive me, but I just don't believe you.
And because she's quite literally blind, we just slowly walk towards her as she can't find us.
Stop squirming. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be long dead by now.
And tell her that Triss is outside, where Dijkstra confronts us because Philippa and himself have some quarrels that need to be settled. So he won't let us leave with her. But Dijkstra is a man of knowledge, and knowledge alone is his biggest asset. So we tell him that we heard from Emir himself that the trade corporations seek to depose him, to which he rants about how we have no idea the importance of that information, and it could end the war, meaning that there'll be nothing stopping the Mad King Radovid from doing what he wants.
Especially in light of our bloody aborted plan.
You didn't actually believe you could do it. Radovid's crazy, but he's no idiot.
And mentions that the assassination attempt was aborted. This is when Philippa butts in, saying she didn't believe Dijkstra still had it in him, but shows that they have a common enemy. Dijkstra says that the reason the plan was aborted is because Radovid never exposes himself, as he's mad, not stupid. But Philippa has a plan.
That fucking chance. Geralt, I wouldn't trust this cunt to hard-boil my eggs.
Rightly so, I'm terrible with eggs. But think on this. Radovid hears that you've captured me. Will he not throw caution to the wind? Will he not jump at the chance to kill me, personally, with his bare hands?
Out of the question. Geralt, get her out of here before I burst her testicle.
Dijkstra has a way with words that I love, man. He tells us to meet up with him at the warehouse to discuss some plans. So we head there, reuniting with Roach and Fowler, where he tells them how he'll get Radovid off his ship. Dijkstra says that Radovid hired us to find Philippa, and if we tell him we found her, he'll jump at the opportunity. Then we'll just have to lead him to an ambush.
All we ask is that you invite Radovid out for a stroll, bring him to the bridge. We'll take care of the rest. So what'll it be?
I'm in. But once it's done, what then? There'll be an uproar in the city. Panic, maybe. Need a place where we can wait it out.
Thought of that already. Remember Madame Irina's theatre? Abandoned now, not a soul looks in there. I hope he's in a good mood when you look in on him.
But as we leave, Philippa was eavesdropping the entire conversation, saying that we are naive to think that Radovid would fall for something so simple. She says even if I was to drag her himself in chains, he'd still torture Geralt just for the fun, because he's, well, mad. So to make sure we don't mess it up, she gives us a ring that belongs to Radovid's father. So we make our way to his boat, where we tell the Mad King Radovid about Philippa, to which he is already cautious, saying quite bluntly, are we trying to trick him, like the others did?
What others?
You see, a rumour went around that I generously reward any who bring information about Isleheart. There's no shortage of the greedy and the stupid, so a queue quickly formed at the gangway to the ship. The first aboard was a hunter. Brought me a dead owl with no eyes. He thought I'd believe it, shower him with gold. I had him blinded, then thrown overboard with a stone tied round his neck. The second was the postmaster from Oxenfurt. Claimed to have a letter she'd penned. It was forged, of course. I had his fingers cut off. He'll never write again. Oh, and I took his tongue. The spoken lie is just as reprehensible. Needless to say, the rest of the queue dispersed quickly.
Okay, yeah, he needs to die. Showing him the ring, which instantly aggravates him. Telling him that she lives in a house, which is the ambush site. I obviously didn't tell him it's an ambush site, but you know what I mean. He says, if we found her, why didn't we just bring her to him?
You want to kill her yourself, with your own hands. I know this.
You shall come with me. Hubrecht, gather the men.
How many, sire?
All of them.
Storming to the site, which leaves him exposed, instantly ordering his men around.
And kill the Witcher.
Oh, okay, I'm glad I lied then. This is when Roach saves us from being executed, killing all the men he's stationed behind, making it through the narrow street, finishing off his small army. Catching up with the Mad King himself.
Open up! I command you to open the door!
You needed merely to ask. That settles the score. And that was from the heart. Forgive me. I could not deny myself the pleasure.
How did she? Where? Why? How the fuck?
Didn't go to plan, but hey, the mission's still complete, right? So now that the king's dead, we go to Dijkstra's hideout spot to lay low for a while, where Roach, Vess and Fowler are celebrating, asking, what now? This is when Fowler explains the plan he couldn't tell us before. You see, when we saved him from those trolls, he was returning from Emir, where a peace treaty was being written, ending the war, but Emir said only at the cost of Radovid's head. This is where Dijkstra arrives and tells us to forget everything Fowler said, as the new Redania will be under his rule, and there will be no truce with Nilfgaard.
You two-faced horse. I will not allow this.
Actually, you, Roach, should be the first to understand I've no choice.
Dijkstra says we can leave as this doesn't concern us. Whoa, 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 I will never leave Roach behind. He literally risked his life at the Wild Hunt fight.
Hard luck. Then you'll die with them. Kill them all.
Killing his men and Dijkstra himself. I know Dijkstra's a bad guy, but it's kind of sad to have to kill him. Well, now that's done, we go to Ciri in the marketplace, where she tells us she has some unfinished business in Novigrad.
To see Horson Jr.
Oh, he's most definitely dead.
Bit late for that. He's dead.
I asked Sultan, and he said Horson's alive and well on Temple Isle.
I was there. Stuck a sword in his gut.
Your hand must have slipped, because it seems he's recovered.
Wait, what? We make our way to his estate, where we meet these fine two gentlemen.
What?
Here to see Mr. Wiley.
Mr. Wiley's expecting important guests, so bugger off, you... turds!
Bro, what? We use Axie to get in? No way. We come face to face with the man himself.
Finally found your little ward. Took your sweet fucking time.
I'll finish what you started.
Whoa, stop, it's me, Dudu Bieberfeld.
Oh, thank God it's Dudu. Where he explains that since we led him to his demise, he thought he could use Horson Jr.'s money and power to do some good, which he has been doing, helping the city of Novigrad. Ciri says she's still got yet another thing she needs to take care of, making our way to the Sturgeon, taking care of some thugs inside, reuniting her with a friend. Now there's one more person she wants to see, making our way to the circus, where they seem to be struggling, spending the evening with them, where they say they need to steal a horse. So, since they are Ciri's friend, we steal it for them, fully helping Ciri tie up some loose ends and make our way back to the Chameleon, where Ciri is panicking because Philippa and Margarita want to speak to her. So we go in with her. where they propose the idea that Ciri joins the lodge, becoming a sorceress. We point out that magic is outlawed, meaning she'll have to go on the run from people again, on top of the Wild Hunt chasing her. They say that they can help Ciri and her power and have great plans to help her grow, whereas Ciri says that's already what Avalak's doing. Philippa points out that Avalak's intentions are obviously not pure, but we say that's not our decision to make, regardless of it being a good or bad intention. He's still helping Ciri. They say Avalak sees her as a tool, whereas they see her for what she truly is, and to think it over before coming to a decision. But speaking of Avalak, Dandelion did tell us that he's been asking when we'd arrive, so we make our way to his room, where he says that after our victory against the Immelrith, we inspired him. Eredin's lost one of his most powerful commanders, and only 2 more remain, Corinthia and Gels. Corinthia is Eredin's most loyal follower, but Gels was the previous king's most devoted follower, the king that Eredin poisoned and betrayed, and he will bring Gels here to show him what truly happened.
Fabulous plan, if we only knew where to find him.
We do. In the land of the NL.
Well, there's one problem with that. How are we supposed to travel across dimensions? This is where he explains that there are many other worlds that are linked by a passage and hidden gateways that allow travel between the worlds. And very few know of this, and even fewer know how to locate them. Lucky for us, he's one of them few people. And one of these passages will open up nearby to where we are now. And because it's a very rare chance, we set off immediately, following Avalak, where we find the portal.
Once we enter, there'll be no returning until we reach Gels. Ready?
Yes, let's go.
Remember, wherever you land, search for a place that looks like this one. We shall meet sooner or later.
Mean we'll be separated?
It's possible. I lack your ward's talent. Zirel is the lady of time and space. I merely know how to use this arcane knowledge to a limited degree. It's time.
Entering an entire new world. There best not be more undiscovered locations. Whilst walking through the ruined canyon, Avalak introduces this place as Dido Wet Desert, where he tells the story of this world. A world that was thoroughly used down to its every last resource, and that very few things can now survive here. Pointing out that these mountains were once the bottom of the ocean. An ocean that the previous inhabitants used to every last drop. Where we find the next portal. But that would be too easy. Dealing with the Horde and escaping through the portal, entering a new world, where we get separated. But for some reason I can't help but feel like I'm being watched.
Avalak.
Seeing the portal in the distance, making it through the gassy plains. Ooh, the portal can wait. An undiscovered location. Bro, what the hell are these noises? Quickly jumping through the portal as I really was creeped out by this place, making it through an underwater world, and then a freezing one where we must find the passage quick, or else we'll freeze to death. But we notice something strange. A lighthouse that has been lit, meaning someone is there. Making it through the abandoned city, entering the lighthouse, reuniting with Avalak. Well, Geralt says it looks familiar for some reason. Avalak explains, have we ever wondered how we managed to leave the Wild Hunt? By the way, for those who don't know, Geralt was a part of the Wild Hunt when Eredin brainwashed him and stole his memory. And that it was due to Ciri travelling here and rescuing us, thus beginning the reason why the Wild Hunt chased her down, and eventually learning of her power. We question how this Gels character is going to help us, and how it will even help us win the war against the Wild Hunt. To which she explains Gels takes care of all the politics, as Eredin only cares about power and has little patience for it. We ask what even is this world we are in, to which she explains this is the world
Tedera.
The world destroyed by the White Frost. Yes, that exact White Frost the Wild Hunt use. Where he explains that every world will meet its end through other means, whether that be from a dying star or from the White Frost, and that this is the reason Eredin wants Ciri, as the world of the NL is at that strange stage of existence, and the only way to save them is to flee that world. We go through the last portal, finally arriving in Tyr Nelia, the world of the NL, seeing the great city and finally meeting Gels. Damn, he's huge. He says that our appearance in his world is quite surprising, and instantly questions, do we really trust Avalak? But Avalak tells him he will reveal who murdered their king, and that he must come with us to the world of the Tyr.
I didn't come here to argue. The proof you promised, where is it?
Where Avalak shows Gels the vision of their king.
must face him on your terms, in this world, in a place of your choosing. It's your only chance. Sail to Skellige and find the Sunstone. With it, you will summon the Naga Fair. Eredin will come too. Should he call for reinforcements, no NL will answer.
So now we just need to find this Sunstone and to finally kill Eredin. Making our way to the docks to set sail to Skellige. Yennefer tells us that they've managed to locate where the last sorceress of the lodge is, Fringilla. She is held prisoner by Emir himself, where Yennefer tells us to take this letter to Emir to remind him of a promise that he made, pardoning every member of the lodge. Whereas for the Sunstone, we'll have to ask Ermion, where Crack tells us he's gone to speak to Madman Lugos, where Lugos admit he plans to betray Crack and Crate. Yeah, no one betrays our boy Crack. Where Ermion tells us that he knows of someone who might know about the Sunstone's whereabouts, Eyvind.
Not now.
Watching for Nilfgaard's fleet.
Fleet? Oh, aye, they mentioned something. Nay, I've more important matters on my mind. By my calculations, today's the day Gevorg, the legendary white whale, will swim the waters of Skellige.
Oh, that sounds, cool. He tells us he's been waiting his entire life for this moment. We tell him we'll help look out for this legendary whale if he tells us about a Sunstone. So we do just that.
Able to enter?
Good thing too. Elsewise, they'd have plundered it long ago like all the others.
Eyvind.
What?
Just wanted to assure you I only want to look around the cavern. It's research.
And then he outright refuses to tell us. I'm happy you didn't see that well, man. So we talk to the Pearl Divers instead, where he tells us about an elven ruin they couldn't enter. So we report back to the group, where they plan to examine a site, as they have the impression Avalak is hiding something from them, where he teleported to some laboratory and refused to take Ciri with him. Philippa says we should go examine this laboratory and then find her at the site of the Sunstone. So we do that, making it inside, where it looks more like a home and has a lot of drawings of Ciri.
Sure Avalak's only interested in you for your magic abilities?
Looking around some more, finding this painting, which is a full family tree of the Elder Blood, all leading down to Ciri, where we find these notes from Avalak, who spent a whole 2 centuries on how to make his own Elder Blood gene, which would allow him to exclude the human line. And also coming across this woman, who Ciri recognises from the land of the NL. She explains how Avalak actually told her a great deal about Ciri, that he sees it like trying to drink water from a puddle, and that he only helps her out of belief of his task, saying that even she grows ill at the sight of her, so she can't imagine what he thinks, and that because she's a degenerate half-breed, it is seen as humiliating to the NL race. Avalak will only be helping her to do what she must to finally be free of her. Damn, just some casual racism from a superior elven race. But Geralt knows exactly how to chase Ciri up. Smashing up the laboratory and making our way out. At least Avalak isn't evil, he's just a racist. Ciri then asks, can we travel with her to Hindisfjall?
I met a young man, Skjall, and I'd like... What is it?
Ciri, Skjall is dead.
The Wild Hunt. Everyone? No one survived?
Skjall died later.
You're sure it was him? You'd met him?
I was there. I saw his body.
Will you visit his grave with me? I'd like to say goodbye.
I'll go with you.
Thank you.
Making our way to the grave to pay our respects. But since he was banished, he was just dumped into a pit. So we give him a proper burial. But the locals do not approve.
What you should have done, how can you defend him?
Craven's place is in the ditch.
Damn, Ciri. Then head back together. Okay, Yennefer wanted us to remind the Emperor of the promise he made, so we make our way through his fleet. Having to sneak through his fleet, as the last time a Witcher was near a king on a boat, it didn't end well. Finally making it to Emir, giving him the letter where he agrees to stick by his word.
Fringilla. Been a while.
Well, that actually went according to plan for once. So now for the Sunstone. Exploring the Elven Ruin, which doesn't prove to be too hard. Philippa sends some blood to the Sentry, which for some reason opens it up. Yeah, I don't know. Solving some puzzles to retrieve the Sunstone, meaning it's time. Telling Avalak we have the Sunstone and to set sail to Unvik. Avalak explains that he'll use the Sunstone, which Caranthea will answer the call, summoning the Naglfar. The Lodge of Sorceresses will prevent the Naglfar from returning to the land of the NL, whilst the Imperial fleet will stop it escaping by sea. Whilst Avalak will be waiting in reserve for if something was to go wrong, he'll act. And of course, Ciri will stay far away from Eredin, where Yennefer tells us that this might be the last time we survive, and actually, in fact, don't stand a chance. But if we do survive, she wants us to leave and go somewhere far away, and she wants us to go with her, perhaps to Sant.
I'd go anywhere with you.
The answer I was hoping for. Go, Geralt. Avalak awaits. And don't get killed, Witcher.
I give you my heart? What kind of spell is that?
It's an old love letter. Ancient. As I said, this stone was to reunite a pair of lovers.
Never thought I'd say anything of the sort to Eredin. En verilith Sirenad, Ada Eich Blaine, Ivanay.
The elven bauble worked.
They approach.
Silence. It's completely still.
It's a trap. We must flee, now.
Not this time.
No, Cyril. You are not ready. You do not control your powers.
I'll manage.
Ciri!
Get out of my way.
Ciri! The ice. It's a spell. You must find the mage who cast it. Destroy his staff.
I'll not stop with his staff.
Scylla. Almost. Scathyard. So be it. Let us end this.
Already? Okay, you guys want to see some peak cinema. I know it.
Time to end this.
Damn, bro, that was actually quite petty. We swim to the surface, where we see Crack's men kamikazing into the wild hunt, running around the battlefield asking if anyone had seen Ciri. Well, Hjalmar says she was last seen near the Nigel Fair, so we make our way on board.
Set the trap. Fight. You had your chance.
Witcher. I was hoping you'd come.
Because?
I've something to tell you. But I'll do so afterwards.
As you expire.
something to tell me.
Alvalak has tricked us both. He set us against each other, and he's made off with Cyrilla.
I don't believe you.
Yennefer saves us and teleports us away from our inevitable death, and we ask where Ciri is, as I'm starting to doubt Avallac'h. Where the conjunction of spheres has started.
The conjunction of spheres has begun. The worlds, they're aligned, permeate one another. Avallac'h could use this. Bring the NL here. Something far worse.
Making our way to the tower, avoiding the end of the literal world.
Damn! Avallac'h surrounded the tower with a magic barricade!
Can you dismantle it?
Dismantle? No, I can make a tear and nest. But only for a moment, because there's no...
Specifics, Yen. Will we both get through?
No! You must go alone!
I'll come back. With Ciri.
I know! Agared! Tigane! Agared! Now, Geralt!
So unfortunate. I'd hoped you wouldn't have to witness this.
Where's Ciri?
Nearby. Listen.
Shut up. I've heard enough of your bullshit. Draw your weapon. Let's get this over with.
I think you will not attack one unarmed.
Wouldn't be so sure. I'm in a foul mood.
I am not your foe. I am merely helping Cyrilla.
I don't believe you. Can't. Not after all that's happened.
Will you believe me? Avallac'h speaks the truth. I asked him to help me open the tower, because I aim to enter it.
Why the hell would you do this? The Wild Hunt's been defeated.
The White Frost has not. The prophecies are true. I have seen worlds bound in ice. I know what awaits you. Only the Elder Blood can stop the White Frost. Only I can stop it.
Ithleen's prophecy is drivel. Destruction is not our fate.
You have seen the future, don't you remember? Entropy cannot be stopped. The worlds will freeze, one after the other, and all life will perish.
Avallac'h is right. If I do nothing, humans, elves, all will face destruction.
There's gotta be another way.
What can you know about saving the world, silly? You're but a witcher. This is my story, not yours. You must let me finish telling it.
Don't do this to me. Please, not now.
Carol, believe me. Tavern, old wine, our boots drying by the fire. I'd like nothing better. I can't. I must try. For you, Yen, Triss, for everyone. Keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, I might believe you if you showed me a pair of monogram Batiste Galligaskins.
More likely, you just say I stole them.
Dimwits.
You were supposed to be somewhere?
I was. Fine.
Where will you meet?
Near the huntsman's cottage.
Making our way to the meeting place, where we find Ciri. We go hunting and make our way back to the others with the food.
You never gave me piggyback rides at Kaer Morhen, remember? Vesemir was the only one willing.
Had to wait till now to remind me? You've put on some weight since Kaer Morhen. Hey. Ciri.
We should get back.
Where we see the Nilfgaard fleet.
Almost managed to forget it was today.
They're here for me, Geralt. I'm going to Nilfgaard, to Ymir. I know you didn't expect this, but in Vizima, my father and I spoke. For long. Argued, really, and parted. Then a messenger came with a letter. I didn't say anything at first because I wasn't sure, and then I realized I had to stop fleeing. I realized that if I wish to change anything, I cannot do so hunting monsters round forgotten villages. I must do so from there. From Nilfgaard.
Is this what you want?
Yes. You'll not try to stop me. Take me to the Blue Mountains by force.
Traveled half the world to find you, but I never intended to force anything on you.
I know.
You'll be fine. You're a witcher.
We needn't say goodbye.
Of course we don't.
I don't know when we'll see each other again.
You know where to find me.
You can't possibly stay at Kaer Morhen all the time.
Makes no difference. You'll find me.
The Third Northern War ended. The invader from the south achieved complete victory. Robbed of Radovid's tactical genius, the Northern realms could not withstand Ymir's countless legions. Black banners appeared over Novigrad and all Redania. Weary of rebel raids, Emir Varemris conceded, restoring Temeria as a realm in liege to the Empire. When the guerrillas laid down their arms, the Emperor shifted his forces to other fronts. Through Nilfgaard's victory, Temerians got their country back, and history once again proved a consummate trickster. Having dealt with Radovid, Emir of Varemris did the same with enemies domestic. The Emperor's loyal spies named all who had conspired against him, traitors, soldiers, and aristocrats alike. Though their mutiny had only been a murky plan, the Emperor showed no mercy, as was his wont. While the continent bled engulfed by war, Skellige bloomed under Ceres's enlightened rule. Unlike those who had come before her, the young queen did not raid foreign shores, looking instead to her people, tending to her land. The island-bound nation prospered, though its fangs of yore were dulled. After years in exile, Ciri returned to Nilfgaard, her paternal home, where Emir prepared to name her his successor. The woman had the necessary qualities. From her father, she'd inherited an empress's political instincts. From Geralt, she had gained a sense of simple human decency. Few monarchs boast both traits, which is quite a shame. While monarchs moved borders and populations, Geralt and Yennefer lived a calm, quiet life, far from all things political. They breakfasted well afternoon, more often than not in bed, and passed the days on lazy strolls and long conversations. Boring, you say? Perhaps. But both had sought this more than anything else.
Getting us not 1, not 2, but 3 trophies. Now you'd think we'd be done, but there's still one more side quest in the main game, plus some more trophies that we must do. The very first side quest we actually acquired, reading our guide to find where the last Gwent cards are. Defeating them with ease, as I am the Grandmaster. Well, no, that's a lie. I literally spent hours searching the entire map to find these last 2 guys. But that made my victory even more sweeter. And without realising, we also had completed some of these other trophies that I'd forgot to mention sooner, such as completing all Witcher contracts. Now, there were a few others that were a little harder to acquire, such as this one, where we use the Potion of Clearance and sync all of our levels into one attribute. And finally, the Power Overwhelming, where we pray at all these sites within a quick succession. And you're probably wondering where all this footage is. Yeah, I deleted it without realising. But there is still 6 more trophies before I get the official platinum. But I think you forget that I'm also British, like the fine esteemed gentleman known as the Spiffing Brit. So I know my way around some exploits to make this a little easier. So we make our way to the trusty spot where I simply just walk forward and then walk backwards and oh look, 2 baddies. So we use this tactic to get the Humpty Dumpty trophy, the Overkill trophy by applying poison, bleeding and burning to one target, and of course the most annoying of them all, get 50 headshots. This one literally took hours, giving us the almighty platinum trophy, bringing our total to a massive 54 out of 17. Wait, what? Oh shit, yeah, we still have the DLC. This is far from over. And you're probably wondering, why is there only a few minutes left? I'ma have to level with you. If you watch this far into the video, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is a project I've literally been editing for over 1.5 years now. And if I'm being really honest, I struggled during this time frame. From surgeries to almost dying, financial problems, and pretty much being homeless for a bit. I never thought I'd actually finish and get this far into editing this video. So if somehow this video does well, and people support it and help me find the creativity to finish editing the DLCs, I shall do it. Again guys, if you watch this far into the video, have a good year. I look forward to finishing this journey that I've started.